everyone. Welcome to my very chill lo-fi stream where we just chill and lo-fi, yes. It's been a minute. It's been quite a while. I haven't streamed for like, I think over a month now. I think it's been over a month that I haven't streamed. I'm also trying to like push down a really bad nausea. I ate something really bad today and like I literally took a nap and vomited like half an hour ago. So I'm like, let's push through. Like, yeah, I even like changed the time for like 10 because like I thought like maybe I need more time, but I was just like, no, I'll be here on 9. Hey, I missed you all so fucking much. Like, you have absolutely no fucking idea. I'll try to really not to get emotional on the stream. Like, I don't know if I'm ovulating or not. But like, I'll really try not to. But yeah, today we're just gonna have like a chill Q&A stream. Since I've been spamming my Twitter and losing many followers because a lot of people did not sign up for this, which I completely understand. I've said that at the beginning of the month when, you know, the war started on the 24th. I was like, yo, brace yourselves up, and like this is what you're gonna have for like the next month. So mute me, unfollow me. Like, I know not a lot of people can handle that amount of really dark imagery and news, and like, you know, every person has their own way to cope with it. Some people would just like rather not see it 24/7 on their feed, unlike me, who needs to know what is exactly happening. But I guess like that's specifically for me, it's because like I have like my family over there, so like I have to know. Like if I don't know what's happening in every given minute, like I will go insane. But this past week I actually like toned down with like the spamming on my Twitter, because I figured like there's a lot of news, because like I from the beginning I was like, I'm gonna translate a lot of it, but now in the past month a lot of the Ukrainian news channels, they have opened like English channels, so like with translation. I do translate things that are like non-translatable, so like usually videos like that one that I translated, who claimed that trigger warning. It doesn't make sense that Ukrainian claim that Russian soldiers are APing Ukrainian girls, like 17-year-old girls. First of all, because the age of consent is 16, and it's like, yeah, my girl, the fuck. So like I translated her entire video. It is an absolute fucking dumpster fire of a video, but you know, I took the bullet and decided to share it with everyone. So do I still stream on Twitch, Dave? No, but I might actually go, like I thought of actually streaming on there. I think it's a lot easier to reach people, like right now in this current situation. It would be a lot easier for me to reach out to other people who are not specifically in my community that will be able to maybe help out. Kind of like how I've been like hyper-focused on Reddit. I've never used Reddit. Like the only reason I used Reddit was to like share shit posts, like League of Legends shit posts. That's all I did. And like suddenly, like if you go on it right now, you'll see it's just like Ukraine, 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 Ukraine. So yeah. I also made some really awesome friends on Our Ukraine, luckily, like I've mentioned in my previous video. The mods there are God-given. Like, thank God I have them, because like I will talk about that later. But Yeah, I will probably stream on Twitch. I'm still very skeptical about it, but like I need to talk to my friends at Amazon and see what's up. Are you okay? You really didn't have to do this, and you can call me selfish, but I missed you so much. Thanks, Trace. I mean, it's hard to say that I'm okay, cause I'm not. I'm gonna take a sip. But at the same time, I feel like I'm not the only one who's going through it, and I have a lot of followers who have been messaging me privately on Instagram, Ukrainian followers, and I'm getting emotional. And they told me that my videos are really helping them. So like, the least I can do, you know? I'm gonna cry a lot today. I'm really glad I didn't put mascara on. But like, yeah, keep that in mind. I had someone tell me that their house was absolutely obliterated, and they're sitting in a shelter and watching my videos. And it helps them to get through it, so... You know, I'm just trying to do everything that I can to spread the word. And not get so fucking emotional! Oh! Come on, Dinks. We're not even half an hour into the stream. I can't be crying right now. Just a question. How many streams did you made for people of Donbass? What's the question? I don't understand. Hi Dinka, been a while. Hope you're doing well. Thank you, Spectre. Welcome. Hello, Magos. Oh, is Sky starting his stream today too? Cool. Yeah, Phoenix, Reddit. Yeah, I thought in part because the Ukraine-Russia thing is big on Twitch politics, you could maybe get some more done in that space if you want to put your perspective out there to other communities. A lot of them doing fundraisers and stuff. Yeah, but the problem with like the fundraisers on Twitch is that they give you like very specific fundraisers out of like a list that they already have, and a lot of the fundraisers within those lists are super sketch. Like, just the fact that they have the Red Cross on there is already super sketch. If you're unaware of like all the issues and problems and allegations we have with Red Cross, then like you can Google it, but it's like, you don't make a fundraiser list and put it on there, I'm sorry. So yeah, and I have my own fundraiser, so it's like, it's not helping, but because like I'm not a company, I can't put it in there, so that's problematic. That sucks. Good evening, Vision. Hi, Dinka. I can't stay for long. I'm getting ready for my graduation festives. Came here to say your mom is making amazing work, and so are you. Love as always from Brazil. Thank you, Vic, and congratulations on your graduation. Take all the time you need, but just know that your videos have made me laugh so hard, and I've missed you. It will be a great day for when it's the right time to come back. I mean, like I've said, in a post that I've made on Twitter, if there will be a cinematic, I will most definitely react to it. Not just because like I want to, but also because I feel like that would be a really great chance to like keep promoting my fundraiser. And it would be like a really dumb thing of me not to do it. It's like one of those things where you're like kind of just have to suck it up and just do it, you know? Я так по тебе скучаю. Спасибо, Ваня! Girl, you need to Dinka, do what you need to help you cope. I have a friend who is on the border helping to push humanitarian supplies across and help refugees. Hope your family is safe. Thank you, Wayne. And huge thanks to your friends as well. Come on, let it out. You've gone through so much. I would give you a hug if I can. Just don't stress yourself and take your time until this is over. Just please stay safe. Thank you. Help Kyiv with humanitarian aid. What about Donbass from 2014 being bombed by Ukrainian army? Did you make stream? Oh my god. Not this. Not the whataboutism. Not the whataboutism. Here's the thing about the Donbass situation of 2014. Majority of the narrative of people like this who bring the shit to my table are basically basing all of their information off of Russian propaganda. If this is what you throw in my face right now, during what's going right now, right the fuck now, then you have massive fucking issues, buddy. Like, massive fucking issues. Jesus Christ. I have made an entire list of links that you can check regarding Donbass and 2014 in general. Everything that happened after Crimea was annexed. I shared all the information about that. I've debunked all the lies. I have shared all the truths. And the fact that you still choose to go with Russian propaganda, even though it is pretty much obvious that anything that comes out of Russia at this point is a fucking lie. I mean, why are the people of Donbass are not still in Donbass? Where are all the Russian speakers? Where are all the Russian speakers of Donbass that the Russians came to liberate? Let's open that. Yeah. Brody, hello! Hell the Lord Mother. Not much to say, but to keep going and stay strong. Hope you can find some peace of mind for the time of the stream. Thank you, Proud. Thank you, UK. Didn't Russia ban Google recently? Didn't Russia ban pretty much everything and went back to the 80s? And whatever expression and free will the Russians had, like, don't have it anymore at this point. Because anything that you would say against the government would pretty much send you to jail for 15 years. Why do I never get notified when you're live? I guess because I don't really go live on here so much, so like the algorithm doesn't pick it up, so I have to spam like everywhere. It's like, it happens all the freaking time and it's so annoying. Unless it's like something super popular, then it kind of like shows my stream to people here on YouTube, but usually no. One of the many issues of streaming on YouTube, I must say. I'm from Russia and I have a friend in the Philippines. He said that his country accepts refugees from Ukraine and I'm so glad. Oh, Vanya, I'm so sorry that you're there right now. Half of my family is there and I'm cute. I like talk to him. I talk to them in codes because I'm scared for their well-being. And yeah, the Philippines have been like really helping us. Like both me and my mom. My mom has her own stuff that she's doing on her end, but like we've been getting a lot of help from them. Hey Dinka, so happy to see you. I hope you're sleeping well. I really hope your mom is alright. And what is the current situation of the civilians? Have they gotten the helmets and medical attention? So in Kyiv, we got our, we made the first batch of vests with the donations that we've received from everyone. And we made some vests and we also ordered some vests. The vests that we ordered were specifically not through that was like for the guys who are going to help the military. So this has nothing to do with the foundations or like the crowdfunding. Well, it is crowd, but it's like my PayPal. So because like if you do it through a crowdfund, you're not allowed to collect vests and helmets for the military and soldiers. So for us to do that, we're doing it through my PayPal directly. But for the volunteers who are like helping with like humanitarian corridors and stuff like that, so we have that in coming in through the fundraiser that we made. So we managed to collect the first batch for like the first group of people. So I have like 28 people and they got their stuff. And now we got more like heavier tactical vests, like more like high end that we've received from our Nordic neighbors. I'm not gonna name names. So yeah, it's working. It's working. But like again, the main goal for us was like $300K. And so far we have collected, I'd say, like we're doing like short campaigns of like 20K each campaign, so like we won't be just stuck with a massive sum that we won't be able to collect, and because it usually takes time. You can withdraw the donations only after it reached the goal, and it can take months for it to reach 300,000. So the least we can do is like make small campaigns, reach the goal, pull out, and get our equipment, and then start a new campaign. So right now we're at our second campaign, and it is in the description if you want to help. Haha. Yeah, we have that going on. And regarding medical supplies, we do have medical supplies, but we still need a lot more. We still need a lot more, and we specifically need like military tourniquets to like stop blood flow. The reason why we needed military is because it's like in the field. So like field tourniquets is like, holy shit! Gian! Thank you! That was a lot. What? Joff, you mad lad. Oh my god. Thank you. Thank you. Closer to our goal. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm not gonna cry. I'm so frustrated because it's so hard. Oh, but thank you so much. Oh. Wait, I have, wait. God. Focus. Music is a bit loud. Okay, whoops. Muted. Lowered, I mean. Didn't Russia make piracy illegal? I mean, piracy was... Well, you know, piracy is always technically legal. Well, it's not legal, but it's like, you know, it's out there. I don't think anyone cares whether or not piracy is legal. You know what I mean? If you're a pirate, you're a pirate. And in Slav countries, we've been using VPNs before we learned how to walk, so yeah. Some guy recorded Russian military in tanks not moving or attacking because some Russians don't want to do Putin's war. Yes, and there was another unit, I think it was this week, another unit where the squad killed their commander because they were like tired of their shit and they were like, we're not fighting this, like we're not doing this, and they just ran over his legs with a tank. And then he later on died from these wounds. So, yeah. Here's the thing. For those who don't understand what's going on with the Russian army. The Russian army is currently divided to like 3 groups. You have one group, which is a bunch of like 18 to 19-year-olds, like who were born in like 2003, 2004, who were sent for training. They were told to sit in a tank and drive down a road. And were told that they're going to training. That's why you will find so many videos of just like these dudes who have absolutely no idea where they are. They're running out of gas and like just stuck in the middle of the road. And yeah, so you have that and they also they just give themselves in, like they don't bother fighting. They're like, I'm out. Then you have the second part of the army, which are those who were told that once they're gonna reach to the Russian-speaking areas, which is Mariupol, Donbass, and that entire like southern region, that they will be welcomed with flowers and smiles because they want to be liberated from the alleged Nazis they have in there, which I'll talk about in a second. Yeah. When they came there, all those Russian speakers didn't want to be liberated and were fighting back. And they were very, very confused and very, very surprised because that's not what they've been told. So that happened. And then you have the third part of the military who knows exactly where they are and they know exactly what they're doing and they just don't give a fuck. Now, you take all of these 3 groups and you have those who give themselves in and just like, you know, become prisoners of war of their own free will because like they don't want to fuck with this shit. They didn't sign up for it. You have those who just like literally drop everything and walk out, go back to Russia. And you have those who have completely lost morale, have no idea what they're gonna do now, have realized that they have taken part in war crimes, and going as far as just stealing shit because they have nothing else to do. And in many of the voice recordings that were intercepted between Russian soldiers and their families, they said stuff or like, this is what we've been doing, we're the bad guys, but like, I'm gonna steal shit because everybody steals shit, so I'm gonna steal shit. And that's pretty much what they're doing. And actually today there was already footage shown of Russian soldiers sending things through Belarus to their families, like the shit that they have stolen, and they're selling it and they're sending it to their families. So yeah, so that's the current situation. The main issue is that once you have one orc that goes insane, the rest of the horde goes along with them. And as much as I wish to say that a lot of these people are not at fault, there are many who are. And currently, there's literally nothing that was left of Mariupol, Bucha. Like, they were completely obliterated. And not only that, but also there was just, they released another document about the fact that 20% of the women from occupied territories that have been occupied by the Russians, 20% of these women have been RAP'd, which means that basically it's one out of every 5 women. Women, girls. So yeah. Yeah. So that's the current situation. So there's like, I want to say, like, you know, not all of them are bad, blah blah blah, but it's like, no, I'm not gonna say it because the situation is that fucking bad. Thank you, Nightbringer. I feel bad for Russia, to be honest. They have shitty government and can't do anything about it. The thing is, Casper, is like, you can maybe feel sorry for 20% of the population. You have those who are sane and aware and are not brainwashed. And then you have the rest of the 300 cities that live outside of Moscow and St. Petersburg. Because a lot of people are like focused on Moscow and St. Petersburg and like that's Russia, you know, like high tech. They're like civilized. But the truth is that majority of Russia lives in poverty and they have been brainwashed for 20 years. And they think that what Putin is doing is true. Like all this propaganda that you see. Amintha, thank you so much. All this propaganda that you see, and you're like, how can someone believe this? Like, because you are aware of the truth, because you have access to all this information, free information, and no one's blocking you. They don't have that. Not only, and like, even if they did have that, even if you do show them these images, they would tell you that you're a liar. I had to explain to my grandmother before they have started pushing out the law where you can't talk about it being a war. My grandmother in Russia and my grandmother here, they fought one another. Because my grandmother in Russia was just completely unaware of what was going on. So like I had to mend the relationship and fix everything and like explain it to her and call my dad, who's in Canada, to call her and talk to her about that as well. Because her family, like, well, my dad, like her other son, my uncle, so he's in Russia currently, and my cousins, like they're all in Russia. They're also aware of it. They just can't talk about it as much, obviously, because the police can easily like find you and do shit to you, because that's just how Russia works. Currently, she told me that the police is all over the city. They stop people randomly to check their phones, to see like their messages, to see what they're posting on social media. And they also have face recognition cameras, kind of like in how they have them in China. All over these specific areas as well. So it feels as if you're taking it out of like this dystopian sci-fi book, but like the fact that it's a reality just blows my mind. Yeah. Brenda, thank you so much. And yes, Amintha, I'm you know, we're doing our best. I can't like it's really hard for me to say like if I'm doing bad or good, because like I'm at the comfort of my own home on the other side of the world. Well, not really, it's like a 2-hour flight, but still. What my friends and my family are going through right now in Ukraine is like 2,000 times worse, right? So like I can't really put myself on the same pedestal with them. I feel like shit. I really do. Like, when the war first broke, I told my mom that I want to fly there. I told my mom I'm flying there. I'm joining, like, the defense forces. I was a shooting instructor in the military, so it's like, you know, might as well use my expertise to help out. And she was like, no, I need you to do other shit for me that you just won't be able to do from here. So I was kind of like forced to stay here, and like I understand her because she's right, because I don't have the fast internet speed. I don't have all the equipment that I have in my office to be able to do what I'm doing currently, which is like talking to like government personnels, and like, you know, being on Telegram, Viber, and WhatsApp all at the same time, and like, you know, all of it working really fast, and uploading files and downloading files and doing it very quickly because I have fiber optics. So like I wanted to argue with her, and I did at some point, but then it's just like, she's doing what she does over there, I have to do what I can over here. And it would be a lot better for me to be able to defend those who can protect us than just me being one person and, like, you know, trying to use my fighting expertise, which I haven't really trained in like years. I was in the military like 10 years ago. So like, yeah. Are there ways people can help when they can't give money? I'm on an internship in Canada at the moment, which took up all my savings. I'm from Belgium. I've tried to share and am planning on plus making art to raise more awareness, but I don't know how else to help. So, sharing is like the biggest thing. I've been posting our fundraiser literally everywhere. Awareness is like the #1 thing that we need, especially when it comes to like crowdfunding. I made a post for like those of you who are artistic. There are several websites that you can basically share your art on there to save up for donations as well. Websites like Bonfire, which basically you give them a graphic that you've made and then you choose what merch you want it to be made into, and then once you've reached the goal of like said thing of like the whatever price, whatever goal you had, you reached the end of the goal. They basically print everything and send all the merch to whoever donated, which is a really, really cool idea. So I'm currently looking into it. I'm in talks with them. I'm in talks with artists to see who wants to help out. And basically I'm trying to like open as many fundraisers as I can at the same time to like, you know, some people want different things. So, you know, I'm just doing what I can. Hey 𝗵𝗫𝗻, hope you're doing well. My sister and me always have tab open with your Twitter to keep up with such situation. Thank you for supporting. Oh, and 𝗵𝗫𝗻, if you want to reach out for me regarding the graphics, that would be nice. Unless you have anyone else who like into like graphics who would like to help regarding that stuff, so that would be awesome. I reached out to 𝗂𝘀𝗽𝗻, so they're supposed to be helping. They're supposed to be talking to some of their people because they're not really into graphic design. They're more into like traditional art and like digital art. So if you know anyone who's into like graphic design and wants to help out, that would be amazing. I just want to say congrats on getting married with Johnny. Thanks. Yes, I'm married. I'm a married woman right now. I am no longer a wench. Well, no, I am still. I'm the biggest fucking whore, but like... for 2D men and women. And monsters. And demons. Yes. But yeah, we were supposed to kind of like celebrate it, but that never happened because the war started. And now we just gotta wait. Just gotta wait, so, yep. I wish could give more moral support, but the UK is getting hit hard by price hikes. I'm only just making it through the month at the minute. I'm still subscribed, but your Twitch though. Oh my god, thank you, Dave! And I'm sorry that you're dealing with this with the price hikes. I think everyone's gonna be feeling it very, very, very soon. Because it's gonna be a lot to take. Dinka, your eye bags! It's not a good time to think we can relax, yes, but we need to take care of ourselves to help Ukraine with all our heart, so I hope you are at least having 6 hours sleep. I don't actually have 6 hours of sleep, to be honest. I fall asleep and then I wake up. Like, I panic wake up. So, I get to sleep like 3 hours. I do like 3-hour naps. So... there's that. I get sleep in like 3-hour intervals, but I can't really sleep a solid 6 hours because I have too much anxiety. Like I go to sleep with anxiety, right? I'm like screaming, like ah, falling asleep, and then I wake up like ah, and continuing exactly what I like paused doing the day before. So it's like it's never ending. It's been 37 days. I haven't really slept properly. Have you been eating well? I hope so because I just went back and heard the word throw up. Please tell me you're eating. Yes, I am. I am eating. I am. Johnny was really, he's really on it. I personally, I just like genuinely forget to eat. I forget to eat. I like hyper focus on everything that I'm doing, and I'm like drinking tea and I forget to eat, and maybe like I'll munch on something and then I'll be so exhausted I'll pass out, fall asleep, and then I'll wake up and I'm not hungry. So like I just keep drinking. But Johnny, it's like that's kind of how bad it was at the beginning. The first 2 weeks I couldn't eat because I would vomit everything. But then like Johnny just started ordering food for me, so like I had no choice but to eat it, or else it's gonna go into the trash can, and I felt guilty. So yeah, he also keeps tabs on me. He's like, have you eaten today? Have you drank today? Have you slept? Have you taken a shower? And I'm like, ah, shit, you're right, I forgot about that. I should probably do that. Yeah. And then I did the exact same thing to my mom. So we're kind of like bouncing off of one another. О, hey, mom! Ты просила funny story. Так вот, путь сердцу мужчины ща лежит не через его желудок, а через берцы. Это стало своему... Wait, what? Какие мимими? О чем ты говоришь? Подожди. Так, тебе надо это переписать заново, потому что я протупила. Yeah, but mom is here. Hi, mom. I saw some images of Mariupol. It's crazy. I figured Russia would start doing this eventually, but I'm glad it hasn't broken Ukraine's back. Nothing's gonna break Ukraine's back. We've been through this shit since like 2014. We're not stopping. So like, Russia can go fuck itself. Eastern Europe always fun, period. The recent talks, it came out that Russia has decided to back away a bit and Ukraine has agreed to not join NATO. Any hopes? No point in joining NATO. They don't want us in it. They can go fuck themselves as well. Fucking useless. And Putin is backing off just so he could replenish everything that he had lost. Ботинки! Okay. Всё, поняла. So they could like replenish their shit and then come back. Double down even harder. Like that's just how that's what they do. They just now went to Belarus, dropped their shit, sent away all the stolen stuff that they have taken away from all the people that they have killed, and then they're gonna come back. That's their plan. So, as much as I'm happy to say that we have pushed them away and they like backed away and blah blah blah, it's not over, unfortunately. Hey Ronnie, thank you. Much love to Slovakia. It's part of my Canada internship saving for food here, but there is more important than some souvenirs or extra food. Oh, Mintha! First of all, good luck and good on you for the internship, because that's huge. So, like, congratulations and thank you so much. It feels so horrifying to even about the fact that someone can arrest you just for speaking about certain things. Yeah. Because that's just what Russia does. Quite literally the perfect definition of everything that goes on over there. Yo, like, Putin puts Stalin to shame. Like, I honestly feel like the senile old bitch sat down and just went through Mein Kampf and the entire history of Russia and just like took notes and like kind of like made a massive bingo chart and is now like crossing off like everything that other dictators and psychos have done in the past and just like going off. Like that's pretty much what he's doing. He's like the love child of Hitler and Stalin. Like by the book. He even attacked Kyiv on the 24th at 4 a.m. That's when the Nazis attacked Kyiv in World War II. Like, my guy. And also on the 24th is when the Nazi when they basically like came to be, like their group was created on the 24th. It's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous. My hometown is on the Romania-Ukrainian border. I have similar feelings. Oh boy. You guys are taking a lot of refugees now, I know. Long story short, Israel looks pretty good right now. Honestly, no. Not at all. While all of that's happening, Israel is like having low-key like a third intifada right now. We had, I think 11 people killed in the past week. In 1 week, we had like 4 terrorist attacks. And it's bad. Like, we're told not to leave the houses. So, yeah, even here in the center. Like, usually you would hear stuff like that happening down south or like up north where it's like closer to the borders. But, yeah. And like, they're killing everyone. They're killing like Christians, Muslims, Jews, like everyone, anyone. It's just because. Just because they were promised money to give to their families if they're gonna do it. Hope my donation will help. Hope everything and everyone will be okay soon. Good luck, everyone. Thank you, Hidari. It must be really like no words to say. I can't imagine how hard it must be not be there with your family, but to think you're doing so much. Yes, Dinka, you go, girl. and we'll show him. Ukraine will show the world. Yes, Tarun. Yes, yes. I wish I was with them right now over there. But I'm doing what I can, and I'm doing what I'm good at, which is writing in English. That's why I went to an American school in Ukraine, everyone. We actually like joked about that with my mom right now. I was like, see, Mom? See? It was worth it after all. Because, like, I was a shit student. I was such a trash student, and that school was so expensive. And now she's like, yeah, you basically paid off your entire school tuition. And I'm like, nice! Love from Zimbabwe, Africa. Yo, that's so cool. I think you're like the first person from Zimbabwe here. Nice. I'm a graphic designer. Let me know how I can help. Oh, Mimi, that's amazing. Awesome. So I'll talk to you. Is it an option to send you the graphics so you would immediately get the money instead of the artist? Then it would need to pass more people. I mean, yeah, you could. Like, if you want to specifically work with me and like on the graphic thing that I'm working on at the moment, then like, sure, you can just send me the graphic. I ask them how many graphic designs can I send them. Because if it's only one graphic design, I have to like really think it through and see what people would really want to like buy in bulk. Why is it first time hearing you stole Johnny from Pantheon? Congrats, wish you guys all the best. Oh my god, yeah, no, we didn't steal him. I didn't steal him from Pantheon. No, we have agreed, like, nothing will come between him and his love for Pantheon and Akshan. Yeah, I'm the wife. But he has husbands, just like I have husbands. We're really, it's like an open marriage. Yeah, it's like an open marriage. Cause I'm not giving up on Darius. No. I don't care if he's not real. In my mind and in my heart, Darius will always be my number one. No, sorry, not sorry, Johnny. Is it an option to put up alarms for yourself to remind you to eat, drink, shower? Yeah, but it's like, it's too much. And I forget about that. So it's like, if I'm hungry, I'll eat. If I'm thirsty, I'll drink. I took a shower today. That's a plus. And also I still have work. So like for my modeling gigs, I have to shave and shower. So it's like, I kind of have no choice. Hey pal, what's up? Do you have any tips on how to choose places to donate? I don't want to donate to a neo-Nazi party, but to those who really need help. So here's the thing, Corvian, when it comes to the neo-Nazis in Ukraine. There are, so when we're talking about neo-Nazis, we're specifically talking about Azov, the Azov Brigade, okay? The Azov Brigade consists of many different religions and ethnicities. And yes, there are neo-Nazis in there, but it only is like 10% out of the whole group. And the battalion consists of like 600 people. So 44 million people in Ukraine, and out of the 600 in that battalion, 10 to 20% of them are neo-Nazis, and the rest are Jews, Muslims, Christians, because you have the Jews, right? You have the Ukrainians who are Christian, and then you have the Chechens who are fighting against Putin, because you have those who are fighting like on the side of the Ǩadyrov, on the side of the Ǩadyrov. And then you have those who are fighting against Russia, because we all remember what they did to Chechnya. So, yeah. And right now, this is not, like, there's there's no neo-Nazism right now in Ukraine, because this is now all, it's not about nationalism, it's about survival. The neo-Nazis don't really care at the moment. Who are they fighting with? Because they all have a common enemy and they all need to survive. And I actually spoke to my mom about that, which was really, really funny, because I was just like, hey mom, what about those neo-Nazis that everyone's been talking about, especially at the beginning of like the first 2 weeks of the war? Like, it was like the media just kept pumping neo-Nazis, and I was like really confused, because like I grew up in Ukraine, man. Like, I don't remember neo-Nazis. Like, what is this even about? And she was like, oh yeah, they're walking the dogs and like bringing medicine to the old ladies. And I'm like, what? What do you mean they're walking their dogs? Like, yeah, the old ladies, they can't walk their dogs because there's a constant shelling, and like, you know, they gotta poo. So the neo-Nazis are going and like walking the dogs out, which is lovely. Like, and they're all fighting together. And like, by the end of the day, if the neo-Nazis say some shit to any of the other people that are within the Azov brigade, they're gonna get capped. By a Jew, by a Muslim, or by another Christian. Like, it just doesn't matter. Like, anyone. Like, everyone in the Azov brigade doesn't fuck around. So like, they respect one another. So the whole like neo-Nazis thing, it doesn't like, because like I made a post about that, so like I think I should share it with you so you'll have a better understanding of neo-Nazism in Ukraine, because I find it so ridiculous. It was just so funny when I first saw it, and I was just so confused that I had to do more research about it, right? Because like, I'm Ukrainian, how the fuck have I not heard about that? Here. So here's the information. The far right is smaller in Ukraine than in most European countries. So in France, you have 34% of far right people. In Italy, 17%. In Spain, 15%. In Germany, 12%. In Russia, 11%. In Belgium, 10%. And in Ukraine, it's 2%. Like, I'm not even kidding you guys. Like, you can see it all. It's like, it's all on Wikipedia. Wait, let me share this with you. But yeah, 2019, it is 2.15. That's the far right. Like, that's... So... And even if we want to put it into perspective even more, in the United States, it is 6%. 6% of the United States is 20 million people. You have 20 million neo-Nazis in the United States right now. There are 44 million in Ukraine as a whole. So like, let's wrap that into perspective. So like, you understand how ridiculous it is, right? And not to forget, the president of Ukraine is a Jew, and his family has been killed in the Holocaust. So it's like, yeah, everything about it is just like so dumb stupid. So it's one of these things that like people need to know, because there's as much neo-Nazis in Ukraine as there is in Israel, pretty much. And yes, even in Israel we have far-right groups. How awesome is that? Oh my god, what's going on? There we go. So yeah, So I think I've made my point. Oh, and another funny thing that I would like to point out, if we're already talking about neo-Nazis, let's talk about the Russian neo-Nazis real quick, shall we? Because a couple of days ago, it's been posted. There it is. Gotta love it. The neo-Nazis from the organization Russian National Unity came out in support of the occupiers' actions in Ukraine. While Putin justifies the invasion with denazification, the very real Nazis have grown up under the wing of the Kremlin, and as the sad thing is that people just magically choose to forget it. So like, if you're so bothered by neo-Nazis in Ukraine, why aren't you taking care of the ones you have in Russia? Oh yeah, that's Putin's bestie, by the way. Yeah. This lovely man right here. He's part of the government. So problematic. Hey Morningstar, thank you so much. I'm sorry that I'm like slow poking here because like I'm reading like older comments as well. Is there anything that can be done for the people of Mariupol? I heard lots of news regarding Russians starving them. Mariupol was actually liberated. The main issue with Mariupol is that the Russians have kidnapped a lot of the people into Russia, into concentration camps. Yeah, they took away their passports and trafficked them to Russia. So that's the main issue. The only way to help them right now is to basically save them from Russia. It really sucks hearing a bunch of stuff over here in the US. Kids in my junior class make nasty comments about it. And then recently on the Oscars, Amy said some really weird stuff about Ukraine. Yeah, I didn't even know about the Oscars until I heard that Will Smith like slapped someone, and it was just like, I really couldn't care less. Dinka, my question is pretty dark, but do you believe other countries will get involved directly and fight Russia? Hey Violet, it will happen only if Russia will directly hit one of the NATO states. Until then, they're gonna keep using Ukraine as their human shields because that's what they're doing at the moment. They're like, here's all this money. Knock yourself out. We're not gonna help you. And it's like, yeah, but like we don't need money, we need weapons. We need anti-aircraft weapons to be able to knock out the planes that are literally throwing vacuum bombs on us. And they're not doing it, so yeah. So no, it's not gonna happen. It just won't happen. And the stupidest thing is like the fact that they're not taking action against Putin just gives Putin more power. Because now that means that he can use the threat of nukes every single time he would want to do something. So what will happen to all of our neighboring countries is exactly what's happening to us. No one's gonna defend them if they're not helping us defend ourselves. Because we're not just defending ourselves, we're also defending our neighboring countries. If Ukraine goes down, Russia will be in the middle of Europe. And what's going to stop Russia from invading into other places that are like 10 times smaller than Ukraine? So you're literally fucking yourselves over right now. We're hard carrying everything, and like Russia is super weak, and we have proved how weak Russia truly is. And the fact that no one is willing to take action is ridiculous to me. Because why aren't you doing it now? What are you waiting for? So like, okay, even if we reach some sort of like peace agreement, we all know that they will start creating more bombs and more shit, and then in like 3 years they're gonna attack again. We've been fighting them for 8 years. We know our enemy. But for some reason, a lot of countries in the West, a lot of leaders in the West just don't understand that. Because they're senile old man. So, yeah. And like, claiming that World War III will start is ridiculous to me because technically it already started. You have all these countries like basically starting a war with Russia by sanctioning it. They have completely cut everything from Russia. That's a financial war. That's an economic war. They have completely destroyed the ruble. Their monies, their currency is now toilet paper. That's war. The fact that they're just like literally dropping war crimes after war crimes after war crimes, destroying cities that even the Nazis couldn't destroy. The Nazis didn't deal that much damage as the Russian military is doing right now. The only thing that is left is nukes. I mean, how long did it take for people to, like, you know, wake the fuck up and help the Jews during the Holocaust? It took like 6 million Jews, 6 million deaths, and the deaths of many others, not just Jews, for them to actually act on it. So, how many Ukrainians supposed to die for you to take part in it? Because like, this is not just about like, oh yes, we're like fighting. This is literally the fight against evil. This is defending democracy at its finest. And if you're not doing it, and you're just allowing yourself being a small little bitch to Putin, then like, you're just going to be next. And that's exactly what's happening in Israel right now. Our lovely president, may he rest in peace, have proven to the entire world, including our neighbors, that he's a weak piece of shit. And the peace that we've maintained from being attacked within our own territory has now been demolished. And we're going back to riots and assassinations and terror attacks. That's literally what happened. Because now all the focus is on Ukraine. Our president proved that he's not gonna do anything and he's weak as fuck and he's stupid. So this is a great time to try and invade Israel. Me and family are immigrating from the Middle East to Canada, and I wanted to let you know that because as soon as I get there, I will be able to help as much as I could. Trace, first of all, congratulations. Moving out of the Middle East is always an amazing process. That's it's great. And good luck and thank you. Let's see. Holodomor was not enough. Pretty much, no. It was not enough. No. Dinka, is there any news reports I can trust in regards to the invasion? Violet, you can follow me on Twitter. I follow all, like, investigative journalists and journalists who are currently on the spot who are sharing information 24/7, so I'd much rather follow them than other news sources. Urlux, hello! Do you by any chance know anything about the Moldova region border, since I'm very bad in geographical things and a friend of mine is stuck on the border in Ukraine? Wish you the best. If you're talking regarding immigration and like going through the borders there, I can like, you can DM me and I can send you some Telegram groups who are helping people with like evacuation. But me personally, I don't know what's going on there right now. Oh my god, so many questions and so many messages. Not to sound selfish, but I want to hear about if you saw the new Ruination book coming in September. Yes, Akali, I have, and I was also messaged. And I'll be getting the book before it releases, and I'll make a video about it, so it's really exciting. Yeah. That's something that I'm willing to read and just like get lost in. Definitely, 100%. Hey Dinka, I don't understand the situation right now. Is there a place where I can read all of it? Yeah. I actually did like a TLDR in my last video to like someone who was doing... Wait, let's see. It's in here. Here, and there's videos too. Who shared it? That's 𝗬𝗂𝗽𝗏. Okay, there we go. Found it. Will I be able to post it like that? Oh my god. Chaos. Oh my god, no, that's too much. Damn it. How can I share it? Can I share it? No, I can't. Shit. Okay, I'll just share it here for real quick, and you'll be able to find it. But it's like right underneath this video that I made, and basically someone asked me about it. So the TLDR of it is that Ukraine and Russia has been at war since 2014 because Russia wants Ukraine for itself. You can check out my mom's movie for context, which is Winter on Fire. It's right now on YouTube, so you can go check it out. Putin wants Ukraine for its agriculture, natural resources. Our country has an abundant reserves of coal, iron ore, natural gas, manganese, salt, oil, graphite, sulfur, kaolin, titanium, nickel, magnesium, timber, and mercury, and geographical position, which is the middle of Europe. Since the fall of the USSR, Putin had an unhealthy obsession with bringing it back, and now he finally found an excuse to do it, liberating Ukraine from Nazis, which is absurd considering the fact that our president is a Jew whose family was killed in the Holocaust. With or without the Western intervention, Putin would have still attacked us. It was inevitable, and the exact reason why NATO was training us. His reasoning for the invasion keeps changing by the day, but unfortunately for him, the West knows it's all absolute BS because Russia currently faces allegations of war crimes against Ukrainian civilians. So yeah, and then like I basically made a whole list of war in Ukraine, who are the pro-Russian separatists, what is the 𝗬𝗶 battalion, which is the neo-Nazi battalion, what is the Ukrainian Foreign Legion. So it's all here. You can go and check it out, and it will definitely help you out. So yeah. The current state of the media is tragic. Oop, lol. the inception. The current state of media is tragic, and the amount of disinformation floating around is really sad, especially with very important things in the world. Even here in Croatia, we still have no real concrete information about the drone and crashed into our capital. Yeah, it's like, it's absolutely ridiculous. And like, that's why I'm like sitting on Twitter and like debunking everything and telling people what's true and what not true, because people just like, they're rushed to believe things instead of like doing research, because it's a lot easier to just like, you know, accept something than actually bothering to see if it's right or not. Russia could use a harsh scolding from Dinka. JK, you can relax a little, and of course, no problem if you scream out. I hope it'll put you at some ease. Also, watching you scold someone is scary and amazing. Thank you, 𝗬𝙗. The way that 𝗬𝗬𝙧𝙞𝙬 got more reaction than the war is just embarrassing. I know, right? Who cares about the war? Like, who cares about that stupid slap? Who cares? Who cares about Jada Smith? Why do we need to talk about that right now? Alex, hope everyone is doing well during this sensitive time. Please stay safe. Thank you. Hope you and your family also safe. Yeah, my new friends here were shocked when seeing how close Ukraine is to other European countries. They didn't realize how small European countries are. Yeah, because they usually look at the massive map and they're like, oh yeah, countries. And then you see Ukraine. And then you see Europe. And then you wonder, why Ukraine isn't part of Europe, right? Governments are doing a lot that keeps their citizens from thinking they're already in war. Yeah, exactly. They're like, we don't want that, like, we're trying to like hide this from them. Like, they shouldn't be aware of what's actually happening to not cause mass panic. Or use that for our own agendas, like all the countries who are now running for presidency and are like, yeah, Ukraine, look at me, I'm helping. Not really, but I am, but I'm not. But I am, but I'm not. Yes, France, I'm looking at you. Governments are, other countries are just too panicked over the possibility of Russia using nukes. But the thing is, like, Russia can use nukes any day. Like, what's going to stop Russia from using nukes? Anyway. They're literally invading into a country and they have admitted that they will go after Poland next. They have already snagged out Belarus. Like, Belarus is in their pocket. And they claim there are papers where they have said that they are going to bring back the Empire of Russia because the USSR needs to be a thing. So, yeah. I don't know it's just literally they have admitted that they're going to invade into other places. But sure, let's just pretend that they're not. Just like everyone basically believed that Russia is not going to invade Ukraine. And Russia themselves admitted that they're not going to invade Ukraine. No, we're not planning to invade Ukraine. Invading. You can't trust anything they say. What makes you think that they're not going to use nukes anyway? You have my support from an Iraqi. Oh, Sage, thank you. Mashallah. I've heard from people back in Belgium and the Netherlands that they're preparing to house Ukrainians and preparing for a possible war with Russia. The people are divided about whether the country should fight directly, as they're also scared they'll become the next target for Russia, but I find that West European countries should really help. Yes, and it's good that they're considering that because it might happen. For now, it's more like Cold War 2.0. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. Президент, еврей, министр обороны. Еврей. 𝗬𝘂𝗽𝗽𝙬𝟐 премьер-министр еврей. И это в христианской восточной стране. Ну и мы с Мотей возле Бабьего Яра. Конечно, нации. Yeah, no, mom is like, the president is a Jew. The previous president that we had, Poroshenko, was also a Jew. And my mom and our cat, Motya, is literally near the Babu Yar, which is the place where it's like nowadays it's a memorial for all the Jews of Kyiv that were murdered during World War II. It was the biggest massacre of Jews. They were just like, they made a massive valley and killed everyone and dropped them in there. And Russia attacked it. They attacked Babu Yar, claiming that they were fighting Nazis in the middle of Kyiv, right? I'm glad Salvini did an incredible fuck up that shamed him. Period. Yes. Russian nukes are different than US nukes. US nukes are small and targetable. Russian nukes are massive and untargetable. If they get within 250 miles of the target, they're good. Yeah, but like, if Putin presses the button, the rest of the countries that have nukes, because it's not only America. America is not the only one who has nukes. They're sending their nukes. If they're gonna send their nukes first, we're going to send our nukes last. You know what I mean? So, it doesn't matter. I really wish I could stay longer, but I really gotta go. I'm always on your side and Ukraine's side no matter what. Thank you, Z. Much appreciated. It's crazy how ridiculous greedy Russia government can be about minerals and land, considering they are the biggest country and can just fix themselves. Just looks like what you said, it's like fighting evil. Yeah. Here's the thing. So I don't know if you guys are aware of the KGB letters. It's super interesting. It's super cool. It's like actually reading a sci-fi book. But basically there's a whistleblower in the KGB in Russia. And this whistleblower keeps sharing secret information with what's going on the inside. And it's like super interesting. And at first when I was reading it, like when I read the first 5 letters, it was like, sus, like, okay, I don't really believe it. Like, I mean, if it was true, then Putin would have like already went after the KGB and like, you know, started questioning people. And lo and behold, the next day, that's exactly what happened. All the KGB areas, they've been stormed by his personnel, and all the KGB people within Kyiv, they were put under house arrests. So, yeah. If you'd like to learn more about it, I'll make a post about it on YouTube maybe if you want, on YouTube community. But like, just do hashtag KGB letters on Twitter, and you'll see all the letters. It is super interesting. You're basically reading the news before they happen, pretty much. So, yeah. And basically in the KGB letters, it said that apparently Russia and China had a plan. And the plan was for Russia to take over Ukraine in 3 days. And basically, you know, start laying down their pipes. Because, you know, they want more gas, they want more shit. And they had a plan with China. But that didn't work well for them. At first, China kept calling it an operation until it actually pointed out that it's a war. And for China to admit that it was a war and not a special operation like Putin claimed it to be was a big thing. Not only that, but also China doesn't give a fuck about what's going on. China is all about business. So if Putin can't deliver, they don't want to have anything to do with him. And like, when they see what the West had done to Russia, they're kind of like asking themselves, do they really want that to happen to them as well? Especially America, who really doesn't like the whole like buying and making things in China when we can make it in our own homeland. So, yeah. The wind of change thingy. Yeah, fine, pal. Yeah. How is the situation surrounding the blockade around Kyiv? Is it possible to leave the city? It is possible to leave the city, but you have to have a, like, only if, like, you have a permit, because leaving the city is extremely dangerous. You do not want to leave the city. Everyone is aware you're staying within the city. No one's leaving the city unless you absolutely must. So, pregnant women, people who are in hospitals, they're not being touched, they're not being moved. We're gonna protect you, we're gonna give you everything that you need, but you cannot leave the city. Because it's just going to put you at risk. Just 2 days ago, 5 humanitarian buses that were just trying to move civilians were blown out. The videos are online. 5 humanitarian buses with volunteers. So it's just extremely risky and extremely dangerous. You wouldn't want to do that. But the situation is like not as bad, I'd say. Like the Russian forces have been pushed away, but it doesn't mean that they're not gonna come back. So they might have been pushed away. They're gonna go take their break, get more ammunition, and come back and double down. So you're saying the scenario in T2 Judgment Day, although I don't think literally every country would send nukes flying in every direction. Yeah, no, that's not gonna happen. But the fact that Russia is super trigger happy with that nuke means that many others would do the same. Because Russia has more than one nuke. If they send one nuke, they will try to send more. So the entire world will make sure they're not gonna send more than one nuke. See what I'm saying here? Malinkso, thank you! It is often easy for those who don't know war to say nuke Putin, not understanding that if one nuclear weapon is fired, all of them are likely to get launched. Even one nuke going off is bad. Exactly. Exactly. If one nuke goes off, all the nukes goes off. If I remember correctly, I think Russia has about like 300. They have 80 Ukrainian nuclear weapons that we have sold them back in the 90s when under the guise of you're gonna protect us because now we don't have nuclear weapons, right? And they were like, right, we're gonna do that. The entire world should mind their business to make sure there ain't no nuke at all. If by minding their own business you mean doing everything that they can to deny nukes from coming their way, because there's a senile 70-year-old man who's extremely trigger happy and needs to be stopped, then yeah. Damn, keeping people in Kyiv for their safety and still a humanitarian servers are being blown, like what the hell, Russia? Yeah, those who are, like, those who can be evacuated, they have been evacuated at the very beginning, but now it's just way too risky. We have our own, like, roads that are not occupied by Russians that we use, but again, that's also very, very risky. So, yeah. US currency has been the de facto black market currency for so long. As the US dollar weakens, weakens more. Look at Brazil, as for example, they're trying to remove the US dollar. Damn. Hence Putin insisting on using rubles to buy Russian oil, and nobody agrees to that because Russian rubles doesn't worth anything. Things about nukes is that Putin isn't the only person deciding if they will be fired or not, though it wouldn't surprise me if he managed to get enough power to do so. But at the same time, the nukes of today and the nukes of World War II are massively different and a lot more powerful. True, and also true. But regarding there are more people involved, There are a lot of yes-sayers around Putin, and those who are put on the nukes, they can be easily held hostage. Their families can be held hostage. That's how Putin operates. Be like, you're gonna use that nuke or I'm gonna kill your family. So, choose. And then, after the nukes have been fired, he's gonna take that man and accidentally watch him fall out a window. I don't know how that happened, right? And be like, yeah, he felt so bad for using the nukes that he just couldn't live with himself. Yeah. Never thought of it like that. Makes the scenario, the teacher in Starship Troopers tells his students have new meanings. Did Ukraine kind of give up on the no-fly zone since they're speaking against walls? No, we still need no-fly zones. Kyiv has air defense. Really old air defense, but it kind of works. But we need more air defense in other areas. So more javelins, more NLOs, and we need heavy aircraft artillery, anti-aircraft artillery. Like, we need it. And we're gonna keep pushing, because that's the only way to stop them from killing more people. A no-fly zone over Ukraine would de facto be declaring war on Russia and very likely start the spiral into nuclear war. It's not a risk anyone can take. Yeah, but there's ways to go around it. That's what's stupid about this. And that's what Zelensky also pointed out. It's like, okay, you can't do it. Fine. Then find a way around it. Putin had found every single loophole in this war. How come all these leaders can't? It's like, no, we can't do that. Shucks. That's it. That's all we have to offer you. Big sad. There are ways around it. How does air defense even work? So, NATO air defense works this way. The moment there is a plane that goes into a territory that it's not supposed to pass, it gets shut down by one of their cannons. And we need these cannons. NATO doesn't want to provide it. No one wants to provide it because they're afraid that the World War III, that basically a war will be declared. But like, here's the thing. Putin has started his special operation on Ukraine. He didn't declare a war. It's a war. But to him, he didn't declare a war. So it's technically not a war. So if you are accidentally leaving these weapons here in the field, or doing a special operation on selling them on eBay on this specific channel, or, you know, like, it's such a filthy fucking game. And Putin have mastered it. And he attacked a NATO ship, he attacked other countries around, but people are still not doing anything. And the more he gets away with stuff, the worse it gets. So, right now the situation is like extremely bad. And basically everyone just plays into his game. Any response is a threat of nuclear war, to be honest. Exactly, so you find other ways to solve that issue. Like, how come all these European countries giving away weapons to Ukraine is not a declaration of war? What's the difference between a javelin and like a bigger weapon? How is that declaring war? We have already declared war. All these countries have funded us. World War III is in the it's going on. We have soldiers, we have the International Legion, soldiers and people who have, like, you know, veterans who have joined Ukraine to fight against Russia. Obviously, it's like not under their own countries, but they did come from there to help. So, what's the difference? Russia finding a way around nuclear war was the main point of Red Dawn, and saying that I now can say Rosomak. And think about the process of getting accepted into NATO alongside a fewer other countries like Finland. No, NATO got what they wanted. They wanted Finland in NATO. Obviously, they sped around that shit very quickly. No, Ukraine is not gonna be part of NATO. And at this point, Ukraine doesn't want to be part of NATO, because fuck NATO. What are you gonna do? You have proved yourself absolutely useless. Period. You're useless. Speaking of NATO air defense, seems like they won't use it because they previously mentioned drone that crashed in Croatia flew for an hour over 3 different NATO countries and wasn't shot down. Even our country, who is behind on military power, had the equipment to shoot it down before it crashed into our capital, but didn't. Yeah. Hey 𝗬𝗏𝗧, have you heard anything about chemical weapons being used? They're using sulfur. And it's not just sulfur. Because, like, sulfur is legal to be used in war for illuminating. Pretty much every single military used it. The problem with the Russian sulfur bombs is that they are basically a mix of a bunch of shit. It's called like it's called dirty phosphorus, and it is made of napalm, thermite, and magnesium, and it burns at 2000 degrees. So it's like 10 times worse than phosphorus. It is illegal to use it. Like, you are not allowed to use it. And also, they used the phosphorus right above a civilian area. So you didn't use that for illumination. You used that against people. And the thing with phosphorus is that on the skin, white phosphorus causes very painful burns that may be 2nd degree, like partial thickness of skin. To 3rd degree, the burns typically have a yellowish color and a garlic-like odor, and you may notice smoke coming from the injury as the white phosphorus continues to burn. So it basically burns through your skin. And right now, we are looking into this like very special bottles that contain basically water, like specific bottles that are not affected by phosphorus and have water in them. So if anyone gets damaged by phosphorus, they can pull out those bottles and clean out their wounds. So yeah. And at some point they were like wearing gas masks. So there was something about them doing something like that. I mean, if we're talking about chemical weapons, technically these dumbasses fucked themselves over. They just like, they went to Chernobyl and they went into the red forest, the most toxic forest in the world, and they started digging ditches in them. And like all the dust that came up, they were breathing in this dust, and now they all have chemical damage done to themselves. Yeah. And they were sent to Belarus because they were basically extremely sick from radiation.
because they have decided to dig ditches in the Red Forest. Like, stupid. Just stupid. All the seized Russian yachts and bank accounts should be used to rebuild Ukraine once they won. Period. Yes, 100%. I agree. What is the point in NATO when they don't do nothing? Exactly. That's a really good question. You know what's even funnier? That the NATO was created specifically to fight the Slavic aggression. NATO was created to fight the USSR. And right now, when it is actually happening, they're like, nah. We're like right next to it, but we ain't gonna do shit. We know that it's gonna risk hitting us as well eventually. But we're gonna wait. We're gonna wait, yes. And it's so stupid to me too, because like Russia claims that they're like attacking Ukraine because the NATO is on their borders. What's gonna happen where you're gonna take over Ukraine? They're still going to be on your borders. You're gonna have even more countries that are part of the NATO that is on your border now. So, шо, блядь? Even if Russia does back out now, which doesn't look like it will most probably strike and strike again like raging bull, and to prevent exactly the countries need to stand with Ukraine. Yeah, they're orcs. That's why we're calling them orcs. They have, oh my god, they were trying to take over 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗪, which is where like we have an airport there. They have tried to take it over 12 times and they failed. 12 times. If this is not orc mentality, to just like send hordes of orcs to die there for 12 times in a row, I don't know what is, man. Russia has had hydrogen bombs for decades. Shatterfall. Yep, they do. Phosphorus weapons were illegal since the Korean War. Phosphorus weapons are illegal, but using phosphorus bombs is not illegal because it's used for illumination. The fact that any kind of chemical weapon is legal is disgusting, let alone using that kind of illegal chemical weapons, which were prohibited back in 1925. Yeah. Future generations will ask why we just watched. Exactly. You see, like, this is what I'm saying when I'm like, is this what people thought in World War II? Is this like the thought process people had in World War II? When they were just like, watching? Like, clearly this was exactly what happened. We're just reliving it in our generation. It happened 80 years ago. It's not that long. Interestingly, I heard that insect life in the Red Forest exhibit different patterns on their carapaces based on the radiation levels, like numbers of stripes or spots. Ladybugs with 12 spots versus 3, for example. Oh! Can I mention the whole anti-Slav movement that looks like a witch hunt, removing Dostoevsky from the university's study plans and so on? People really think Eastern Europe and Russia are a monolith. Yeah, I don't understand that, honestly. That is something I definitely do not understand. Yeah, let's cancel Pushkin. Like, what? Yo, oh my god. I had this one dumbass on my Twitter. Wait, I gotta share it with y'all. Because, oh my god. Where is that? Andrew A. Mishta, okay? He is the Dean of the College International and Security Studies at Marshall Center, okay? He's a dean in a college. And he tweeted, question, after the war has been won, should Ukraine stop using the Cyrillics and switch to the Latin alphabet? I know it's not a burning issue at this point, but it would symbolize where the Ukrainian nation wants to be with the West. I ask this especially of our Ukrainian friends, and it's like, sir, the Cyrillic language was not invented by Russians. It is dated back to the Bulgarian Empire. The common Russian language of today, the one that is based off of Pushkin and all of that, has been created sometime in like the 1700s. Like, modern Standard Russian is the youngest of all Slavic languages, and it arose in the early 1700s with the policies of Peter the Great. And like, I was reading it and I was like, you can't be serious, my dude. Like, come on. It's like a Google search away. Google search away. You can do it. People often refuse to acknowledge that NATO has responsibilities globally, not just for their partners. Exactly. NATO had no problem bombing Yugoslavia in 1993. I know, right? Like, if you can't tell a difference between a Russia, Ukrainian, or a Tatar surname, don't even start. Russian military strategy is the new Roman strategy. How do they fix problem? Throw more Russians at it. There's actually a saying in Russian. It was said by a Russian general. I'll tell you exactly. Where is it? I've made a post about that. Yeah, there we go. Солдат не жалеть, бабы новых нарожают. It means don't feel sorry for the soldiers, the women. Like, baba is more like a disrespectful, derogatory term to women. So it's like peasant women or like uneducated women will give birth to more. It was said by Marshal G.K. Zhukov back in the USSR. And that's the mentality that they have regarding soldiers and regarding anyone that they are sacrificing for whatever shit that they're basically doing. So yeah, don't feel sorry for anyone. The women will just birth more. Problem solved. Small thing, right now I'm serving my military service in Balkan Europe in the borders. When our trainer asked a superior about the situation, he said orders say to act like nothing happened. Wow. I mean, they'll just have to wait until it hits them. Hopefully it won't, but yeah, they can't get involved. But saying orders say to act like nothing happened is just ridiculous. I remember in one of your tweets you said that significance of Slava Ukraini and 𝗬𝗪𝘓 Slava, so I really just want to say 𝗬𝗪𝘓 Slava. Thank you! For those who don't know, Slava Ukraini is glory to Ukraine, and 𝗬𝗪𝘓 Slava is glory to the heroes. It is the response to glory to Ukraine. So if someone says glory to Ukraine, you respond with glory to the heroes, and that is because during 2014 freedom revolution, a lot of people basically sacrificed their lives to fight for our freedom. And from then on, we just stuck to that phrase, and now we're using it all the time. I'm sorry if this sounds macabre or insensitive, but does Russia pick up their fallen soldiers? No. I'm sorry for laughing, but like, no, they brought their own crematories. I actually posted that like earlier today, but here. So here is a really good thread about the genocide, about their idea of a genocide, because that was their plan all along. So Russia planned to easy take Kyiv within 3 days, following by capitulation of Ukraine. Russian army units were followed by thousands of riot police. Russian army purchased 45,000 body bags and brought mobile crematories. Now, on top of that, it's been declared in Russia that they cannot say who died from the soldiers. It is like, it's a secret because it's part of the special operation. So the parents of these soldiers will never know where their children are, or where their husbands are, or brothers, because it's all part of the special operation. So no one can know anything about that. So in September 2021, Russia has adopted a state technical standard for digging and maintaining mass graves amid wartime. It took effect on February 1st, 2022. According to experts, the size of mass graves foreseen by this new Russian technical standard are thinkable only for a nuclear war or a pandemic. Looks like these graves were also foreseen for Ukrainians, as Russians published on 26th February their official article on victory. Okay. Now, the standard foresaw digging of isolated mass graves for up to 1,000 dead bodies, each grave within 3 days. A team of 16 soldiers was responsible for every grave. Summarizing, it looks like Russia planned a fast victory over Ukrainian army, full occupation of Ukraine and a genocide, including mass execution of Ukrainian civil society leaders, politicians, cultural leaders, clerics, etc. The scale of planned genocide was unseen since World War II. For understanding, here are details from the Russian state technical standard for mass graves. It describes with plans and pictures how the grave should be dug, isolated, how corpses should be covered with chemicals, and how the full grave should be trumped by a heavy bulldozer. They had a plan. So, and you can find the sources from database for all Russian legal technical standards. So like, you can, like, all the links are here. You can all open them up. Also, don't forget, on February 26th, 4 days after the planned attack on 22nd, and 2 days after the real attack, Russia's biggest state outlet, RIA, published, clearly out of mistake, an article about the victory over Ukraine and the final solution of Ukrainian question by this war. I shared that entire article. It is still archived. They posted it and then deleted it. And it has been automatically archived, and we've seen it. So All the receipts are here. All the links are here. I will do for Ukraine what I can, and apparently I will also not postpone watching Winter on Fire anymore. Thank you, Panthera. You can watch it on YouTube. They've posted it on YouTube. You can check it on YouTube. Oh my god. Not this. There was a video recently showing Russian vehicles fleeing an ambush and they left their own soldiers behind. The soldiers were running behind the vehicles as they sped away. Yeah. Russian military is just a number for the Russian executives. If not wrong, they use this number strategy since World War I. Yeah, pretty much. Yeah. They did a fucking drawing. Yeah. The internet is a curse and a blessing these days. I'd say that it's mainly a blessing, just because we have access to all of this information. This is the freedom of information. This is just what it is. Now I know there have been some questions that people asked and I wanted to respond to them, so let me hop into the community. Let's see. So let me hop on here real quick. I have a little question for you. What skin line do you see Fiddlestick's new skin being in? I honestly can't think of anything for him. Oh, maybe like a 𝗂𝘂 themed skin? That would be pretty cool. Now all the ravens around him is now like a bunch of like running rats. Rabid rats and like raccoons and stuff when he ults. If you were to make a champion, and would their lore and gameplay be? Wow, that's a massive question, Eris. I really had never thought through it. Like, I was working on my own champion, of like me being a champion within League, but that never really came to be. Kinda, we were working on it, but like then it has been postponed. But I'm sure that we'll go back to it. Can you do a quick geography lesson? I get the feeling most people are like Russia big, Ukraine small, and that's about all they know. Could you talk about the distances refugees, troops need travel, etc.? Might not be able to watch live, so I hope you make this Q&A a video. Thanks and keep it up. Thanks, Joseph. Sure, let's look at the map. I think that's pretty realistic for Russia. See map Russia, Ukraine, so we'll understand. No, it's not helping. But yeah, if we're looking at the Encyclopedia Britannica, which is basically where they're like trying to be as clear as possible. This is Russia. Moscow is right here. So when they're saying like we have missiles that are like focused on, wait, can I open a new image? Yes, I can. Nice. So when they basically claim that like we want to attack Moscow, nobody really wants to attack Moscow. Nobody cares about Moscow. But yeah, it's, as you can see, it's like extremely close to Belarus and very close to Kyiv. How many kilometers is it? Let's see, Moscow to Kyiv. Travel is restricted. Interesting. So it's 880 kilometers. Right now, we have pushed away the Russian artillery away from Kyiv, but they still managed, like we managed to push them by 25 kilometers. But because their artillery can send rockets up to 40 kilometers, it doesn't matter if we push them away because they're still bombing us with rockets. So as you can see, it makes absolutely no sense that Ukraine will be able to reach Russia with its missiles unless it had that type of technology, which it really doesn't. So, yeah. Georgie, hello. I have a friend in Mariupol that is a surgeon, told me they have munitions and food for maybe 1 more month. Also that if they run out of food, they will storm the Russians and die. They're more scared to surrender than die. Yeah. You can't surrender to Russians. They kill prisoners of war. And if you surrender, they kill you. It's just how it happened in Poland during World War II. You don't surrender. And technically, Russia also have food for also only 1 month. So, Putin said that he plans to end the war by May 6th. So, 1 month it is. Also, I hope your friends in Mariupol are safe. And I'm happy that they managed to liberate it. Dinka, you are the sweetest of all witches. Thank you. You know what happened recently here in Poland? People started boycotting shops that stayed operating in Russia, and now they're losing so much money, like banks showed the data and they're losing profit. Good. Good. Amazing. Has Fiddle had a bilgewater skin? Yeah, he did actually. He did. The pirate skin, it's pretty neat. I really like the splash art. What's my main? I have several, but I'd say Swain is my top favorite. Swain and Diana. Swain, Diana, Mordekaiser, Morg. Sneeko. Talon. Have a bunch of them. But my main, oh, Yorick. I was like thinking mid, bot, and then like top. In top I have Yorick, Volley, and Tom Kent, my boy, who I adore. Nothing on Dr. What's-Her-Face that just came out. Sorry, seriously forgot her name. Has poison powers. I haven't seen anything League related in months. Well, in a month, technically. Couldn't be bothered. Adam something on YouTube has fairly recent maps of regions of Russia and Ukraine action in the country. Haven't really followed anything there. Let's see. Yeah, so like that's the movement. Okay, the separatists held areas Donetsk and Luhansk. And then there's the Donbas region. Like, I don't want to watch the whole video together with you guys. Because it was also released on this 22nd, so it's not really updated. Let's see if he updated anything new. Yeah. Oh, on the community posts? Okay, there we go. That one day ago. Yeah, and then there's also the live map that I have on my Discord, actually. So this is the live map. You can basically see everything. Yeah, and then they coming in from Moldova as well. They actually attacked Lviv, which is like extremely surprising. Lviv is like right here. They attacked it like a couple of days ago. Isn't May 9th an important day for Russia? Yeah, May 9th is the day where the Soviets like defeated the Nazis. So that's their plan. They're fighting until May 9th to defeat the Nazis. Oh. Just wish our leaders would do something. They say they don't want World War III, but too late, dudes. There's already a war. Like, what the fuck are they doing? Yeah, so I already pointed it out earlier, but like, you've already declared like a massive financial war in Russia. Like you've already done all of that. You have given Ukraine all the ammunition and weapons, and you're still giving it to them. So it's like a World War III through one country, basically. Like proxying, basically. How is my mom holding? Is she okay? Yeah, Natalia, she's good. She's in Kyiv with 𝗏𝘂𝗽𝗏. Like running around. Как бешеная. And just like crazy, I mean. Just telling me the funniest stories. Oh my god. So I have to tell you this. So right now, the Ukrainian soldiers, they really are in a need of a hot shower. You know, like they've been fighting for so long and they really want a hot shower. And so they have started contacting women on these like apps to like basically where these women are like located in love hotels. So like technically prostitutes. And they pay them money for an hour, but they're not having sex. They just want to take a shower and take a nap. So they're just paying these ladies like, and like the first question that they ask them is like, "Hi ma'am, do you have hot water?" And she'd be like, "Yeah, good. I'll be there soon. Like, I'm coming." They just like take a shower and go to sleep. It's so funny. I've seen a couple of Russian YouTubers saying sanctions and companies leaving Russia is bad and not the way to go. But if you ask them what would be a better alternative, they're like, yeah, that sums it up. Yeah. Guess you should probably do something about it. I don't know, it's your freedom. You're just like allowing the government to do whatever the fuck they want. This has gotta be so scary if you see your home like this. Oh hell no, that devil's not gonna celebrate anything this year, I know. And yes, when you look at it, it's absolutely mortifying. Yeah. But at least we managed to push them off from Kyiv. Which is great. So, at least there's that. If Russia manages to occupy Ukraine, what do you think its plans to do after that? I'm from Romania and really don't know what is really happening. Oh, they already shared it. They said they wanted to bring back the Russian Empire and bring back the USSR. It was all part of a massive article that they accidentally posted and then quickly deleted. Basically, they want to solve the problem that is the Ukrainian nation, aka genocide, and bring back the Russian Empire. That's the big plan. Georgie, thank you! Soviets pretend that they defeated Germany alone. A lot of pretending on USSR, and now Russia's part of it 80 years. Also, no way Ukraine will lose. All of the West is dumping weapons in a huge proxy war side. Yeah, exactly. That's the thing though. That's the propaganda that has been fed to these people for years. They truly believe that they are the sole reason why, like, the Nazis were defeated. When their weapons, their ammunition, everything that the Russians had came from other countries. So they didn't defeat the Nazis on their own, but they take all the credit to themselves. And that's basically what they've been feeding the people for years, telling them that they are the greatest nation who had defeated the greatest evil in the world. And like, no one is like us. And like, everyone should worship us and thank us for all the good things that we have done. It's insanity. Insanity. And you would think that people would like care to do more research about this stuff. But again, they've been born into it. They've been raised on it. It has been passed down through generations that they have just, this is their reality. And I think like the hardest thing for them to do is accept the fact that something like this can not be true, because then that means that they have to admit that their entire life was a lie, which it was. So it is what it is. Do you think Putin's alleged medical condition accelerate his ambitions in a way? I think so. Yeah. Or it's just another way for them to try and basically spread shit about Putin so like he could hide shit? Or like claim that, oh, like, yes, he is very mentally ill. That's why he's threatening to drop nukes on countries. It's kind of hard to just kind of like admit it, but it also makes sense because it does cause psychosis, specifically what he has. For what I've read, at least. Putin's like, I don't have much life left anyway. I'm old, so I don't have to deal with the consequences too much. I think he's literally doing this for his own ego. It's ego. It's straight up just ego. Oh my god, going through this map just like triggers me. At least 4 minutes ago, US is expected to help facilitate transfer of tanks from NATO allies to Ukraine. According to the senior US officials, the tanks will be Soviet-era T-72 tanks, which Ukrainian military has experience operating and will be delivered within days, not weeks. Again, like, okay, if you're sending tanks to Ukraine, why can't you send us airplanes? And how is this not World War III? Uh-huh. Sending my praise from Turkey to everyone who is traumatized either physically or mentally. Thank you, 𝗬𝘁𝗽𝗍. When the Russian government gets shut down, the officials will just point at Putin and say, he cray-cray, bruh. Pretty much, yeah. Why are they sending such old equipment? Because that's equipment that they have captured after the war. So like trophies, and they're not gonna use it. So they're like, oh, all this junk, you know, who needs that? We definitely don't need that. This is literally trash. Let's drop this trash over at Ukraine. And even if it's old, a lot of it still works. Unless it's bullets. Looking at you, Germany. Fucking damn dumbasses. They sent us fucking rotted ammo. I really hope you take good care of yourself even though it's fucking struggle. I do, pal. I cry a lot. But just gotta go through it, you know? There's a lot more people who are going through things way worse than I go through. Like, I'm mentally struggling, but they're like both physically and mentally struggling. And while I'm at the comfort of my own home, they're not. Many of them are not. So, yeah. Tanks, fine. Planes, no. What the fuck? I don't understand their thinking. Exactly. Neither do I. Logic out the window. Makes no sense. Also, UA army can operate mostly East European and Russian stuff. And planes? Remember those planes that Poland wanted to send us? Remember those? Why can't the US send us those planes? I'm not gonna pray because I'm not a believer, but y'all can come live in my house in Poland if there is a need. Oh, thank you! Much appreciated, Natalia. Hopefully we won't have to get to that. But thank you. We gotta raise money for your therapy once this is over. Oh my god. Putin is 𝗵𝗵𝗍𝗶 straight up. It's ridiculous how some European countries gotta ask Germany first if they can send weapons over. Yo, the whole thing with the Germany just fucks with me, man. I can't. You finally have a chance to be on the right side of history this time, but you choose not to do that. I honestly, like, I'm mind blown. NATO needs the planes for their own wars. They don't need the old planes though, they're not gonna use them. Would you say it's unfair all the restrictions the world is putting in Russia to the general population? No. They're not being bombed. I actually had this conversation with my cousin a couple of days ago, and I'll tell you exactly how it went. Because my cousin is in Russia, her family is in Russia. Like my father's side of the family, they're in Russia. And our conversation went, I was like, how's your family, by the way? And she's like, not so bad, at least no bombs, but just scary. A lot of police at the streets who could just force to show your phone with no reason or take you to police station. And sanctions are affecting people's lives, but more or less they are in safety. So it's like their comfort is being taken away from them. They're being pushed back into the 80s. But they're not gonna die from it. Their houses are not gonna blow up from it. Their women are not going to be RAPE'd by soldiers. So, no. Get sanctioned. Get fucked. Do something about it. Like, there are people in Russia who are denying the suffering of their own families who are in Ukraine, telling them about the truth, and they're like, nah, you're lying. No, this is just Ukrainian propaganda. You've been brainwashed. And like, my grandma's there. I've spoken to my grandma. I am completely aware of the situation that is in Russia right now with all the sanctions. But it's like, you'll manage. At least you're safe. Your life is not threatened. Irony is that recently Total Warhammer 3 came out and I play a lot of Kislev race. They're Kyiv and Rus basically. I just had to argue with a friend because he genuinely believes Nazis are in charge of Ukraine and that Russia is doing the right thing. He also refuses to educate himself with proper information. Of course! Safe to say I was very close to doing something very bad. Yeah. But Dinka, the 80s were radical. I agree. I love the 80s. Adore the 80s. My favorite music. But it's still the 80s. Kremlin is doing a proper job at keeping citizens from rioting. Oh yeah, amazing job. The thing is that they can stop a riot if it's like a couple of people. But they can't stop a riot if there's thousands of people on the streets. And that's the main issue. Winter on Fire gave that. It showed you what exactly happens when the entire population comes together to fight for their rights and for their freedom. If they're not gonna do that, just going to be stuck in that forever. In Spain, we already had our first case of men trying to put 2 minor Ukrainian girls to work the streets. Yeah, there's like a massive issue with that as well. Human trafficking is on the roll. Pornhub had decided to facilitate all the Ukrainian girl Ukraine research. Like, that's the most searched thing right now. And it's so fucked up. I've made a post about that on my community as well, where I was talking about it. Women with children who are crossing the border, they have to walk for like hours. And sometimes there are men who are stopping them and are like, hey, hop into my car, I'll take you to safety. And the woman was going to be like extremely skeptical because she doesn't know who this man is. And to be like, what? You don't want your children to be safe? What, you don't care about your kids? You want them to die here on the streets? Look at them, they're so cold. It's okay, don't worry about it. Come into my car, I'll take you to a safe place. Yeah. Why isn't Putin assassinated already? Sorry, that's kind of unethical. I mean, Biden asked the same question, right? All of us are asking that. But since Putin is an ex-KGB member, he's being like, there are people around him 24/7. If he's not in his bunker. I'm not sure how much I can say because of my country new laws, but I'm here, I'm listening, and I'm learning. Thank you, 𝗬𝗏. I hope that I'm helping out. Thankfully, he was intercepted at the border and the girls, but yeah. Jesus. I'm not even going to, like, here in Israel, I was just like mind blown. I was raging, seething. Like, the government we have here is a fucking circus. It's a joke. Like, I don't understand. I'm not surprised that terror attacks are happening again. Just, it's insane what's going on here right now regarding this. Okay, let me check real quick because I wanted to, I think I had some more comments in my community, so let me see. How is the position of Ukrainian president regarding the conflict seen by the Ukrainian people? Our morale is really, really big. 𝗬𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗪𝗙 and they've been already polls where like 90% of Ukrainians believe we're gonna win, willing to fight, like 75% are willing to fight, and yeah, and it's just like, it's this massive thing where Ukrainians understand that they cannot surrender because they're gonna die, but if they're gonna stop, but if they're gonna continue, they might also die. But at least they're gonna die fighting. So no one gives a fuck. They're pissed off. They're mostly pissed off. They're more pissed off than they are scared. Because a lot of these people have been through shit during 2014. So yeah. And the president supports the Ukrainian people. Majority of these like the way that he addresses leaders around the world, and he makes it extremely personal and extremely painful to them. And he calls them out on all of their fucking bullshit. So a lot of it is not just done to make something move for them, but it's also for us, Ukrainians. Because this is what we want to say. He says exactly what we have to say to all of these leaders. And he does an amazing job. So we have an amazing president. Everyone wants to fight. Even like 70-year-old Hala at the market is willing to like make Molotov cocktails. So everyone's in on it. Everyone's fighting. Personally, I'm waiting for the next era of British xenophobia. We'll take in a bunch of Ukrainian refugees and then they're on a ticking clock until the Daily Mail feels they're safe to target. Oh my god. Well, I don't think they're gonna target Ukrainians. I know that in Sweden, they have been accepting a lot of Ukrainian refugees right now, and they're very happy about it because Ukrainians are like really hard workers and they would always do everything to integrate into whatever country they're joining, which was like the main issue with many European countries and immigrants, that they were just like refusing to integrate into the country and trying to change things in the country to fit their prehistoric standards. So with Ukrainians, it's not that much of an issue. But I'm sure that there's going to be the whole thing of like Ukrainian women are all prostitutes and blah blah blah, because in many poor villages, women sell themselves. But that's not just in Ukraine, that's like in literally every country. Just in Ukraine, they're like really pretty, so people notice it more. I'm actually so amazed by the Ukrainians. Like, they want to fight for their country, they want to die for it and stuff. I'm in such an awe. I think like there's a really famous Israeli song where the words are "אין לי ארץ אחרת גם אם אדמתי בוערת," and it fits Ukraine perfectly because it means I have no other country even if my land is burning. Like, this is my land, this is my home. I have no other home. Even if it's burning, it is still my land. And I will fight for it. Because, again, if Ukraine is going to be taken, it's not going to solve anything. Russia will still keep trying to expand into other territories. So even if Ukrainians just ran away to Poland, Poland is gonna be next if Ukraine falls. So they have to fight. They must fight. Zelensky is going to secure a place in history as one of the greatest leaders, or have a very good chance at it if Ukraine wins it. Agreed. Yeah. In the UK, we really hate immigrants. In my life, it's gone through 3 phases. Pakistanis when I was young, Muslims later, then the Poles. It's just how we work. Target one group, ignore the others. Yeah, it's really unfortunate. I'd say that here in Israel, it's pretty much the same, because it's such a huge, it's a massive melting pot of cultures, because Jews are coming from all over the world. So you have like Mizrahi Jews, which are like North African Jews, and like Jews that have been banished from the Arabic countries. So you have these Jews, and then you have the European Jews and Eastern European Jews and the Russian Jews, because after the fall of the USSR, in the 90s, a lot of Jews moved to Israel. My family was one of them. And they all lived in terrible conditions. Like, oh my God. And it doesn't matter if you're an engineer or a doctor, like all of you are going to work in like super simple jobs that going to pay you bare minimum, and you're going to live in like really shitty neighborhoods, extremely dangerous neighborhoods. I literally lived in the ghetto, like literally was considered one of the most dangerous cities, like neighborhoods in the country, and I grew up there. And the hate between the North African Jews and the Eastern European Jews is felt to this day. In our government even. Our Minister of Immigration claimed that the women, the Ukrainian women, are running away from bombarded cities to work in prostitution. Like, what? My dude. So yeah, it's the stigma that all like Slavic women are whores. And it's been following us forever. The thing is that Russia doesn't have infinite supply. Ukraine more likely to receive continuous support and aid from Western countries. I mean, Russia also has its own allies, so hopefully that's not how it is. Я на секунду забежал. Хочу сказать тебе огромное спасибо за поддержку и помощь нам. Я из Запорожья. Здоровья тебе и твоим близким. Мы победим. Слава Украине. Героям слава, Max! Stay safe. Max here is from Zaporozhye, which is in Ukraine. Came in to say hello and thank us for helping out. Oh my God, my throat is sore now. I've been talking for so much. I need some tea. The entire conflict in the Balkans started because even though the USSR forced a peace between ethnic groups, it fell apart once they left. So what does Russia believe that Ukraine won't fall apart? That's kind of what happened in Israel as well. When Israel was declared as a Jewish state, there was a massive issue with the British, colonizers, like always. And it was actually a political group that was consisted of both Jews and Arabs that kicked the British out. Yeah, and to this day we have like a massive like ethnic group of people who are called the Druze, and both them and the nomads that we have, we live peacefully with them, and like we never had any issues with them. And the Druze are actually like, even though like some of them are Muslim, some of them are Christian, they volunteer to serve in the military. They don't have to because they're not like Jewish technically, but they're allowed, like, but they can volunteer if they want to. I actually had this like super lovely Bedouin older man who would come visit me at my post every time I would guard, and he would like bring in just like a little gas container, and he would just like pull out a little baggie with water and would make me like this super awesome spiced coffee. So good. Because like Arabs and like Bedouins, obviously they're also Arabs, they like to put spices in their coffee. So they put like anise and not cardamom, I'm not sure. They put spices in it. It's really good. It's really tasty. So like he would always come visit me on my guard post and bring in some coffee and some homemade sesame cookies, and we would just like chill as I guard. and like it would be like me and like a couple friends of mine, and he and like his donkey is just chilling there. It's like super wholesome. It's like really nice. But yeah, the whole like bringing in like, yeah, let's bring people together and hopefully that's gonna work, but that never really worked. It's a known thing. I hope China won't get inspired to attack Taiwan. Haha, Utena. So we actually talked about it, I think 2 weeks ago, because I was really worried about that too, since like Russia was acting out. China lost its momentum because of Russia's fail. I think that's why China didn't invade Taiwan. Because like there was a lot of talks about China invading Taiwan, and I think because Russia fucked up, China was like, I can't do it now. So, yeah. I think that one important point is China is being sensible as they want to do, and staying out of things. If they fully supported Russia, that'd be bad. I mean, they're also not supporting Russia, you know what I mean? This is also not great. After China saw what is happening in Ukraine, I think they will not attack Taiwan anytime soon. Exactly. Exactly. They're gonna wait. They're gonna wait with it. Disrespect to women has happened always, but it's so frustrating to see that they still cannot stop their animal thinking and keep disrespecting the womb of mankind. Hope every woman and girls are safe. Amen to that, Arun. Bella! Hi, love! I couldn't tell you because I knew you were so busy, but me and my teachers did a fundraiser for Ukraine at my college, and I think we raised almost $1,000! Oh my god, thank you! I wish I could send the money to you, but the dean won't allow it. But at least we succeeded. That's good. At least it's gonna reach someone. There's many people, many who need this. As long as you're finding the right fundraisers though, because there are many fundraisers, like I've mentioned at the beginning, that are like not good. Yeah, I think I've covered all the questions I had. I didn't get many, so that's great. I think I'm doing a really great job with explaining everything on Twitter as is. Oh yeah, like GoFundMe. Fuck GoFundMe. Oh my god. Jesus. GoFundMe, if you're watching me. Fuck you. Sincerely, like from the bottom of my heart. Идите нахуй. Like, it's not even идите нахуй. At this point, it's like сядьте нахуй. Cause like иди нахуй is like go fuck yourself. But like the actual translation of it is go to a penis. Like go to a dick. So сядьте нахуй means sit on a dick. But I want it to be like a horse cock, you know? No, a dog. No, a duck. A duck. Yes. If you don't know how ducks are doing it, you're gonna be in for a surprise. Oh, Dinka, you mentioned that the Red Cross is dubious. What's up with them? I've never heard issues with the Red Cross before. Yikes. There's a whole list. You just need to write Red Cross. Well, there was a whole Haiti thing where they like collected shit tons of money and then they lost it. Oops. There's like a list of things that happened there. And right now, the Red Cross is working with Russia. They're helping Russia kidnap Ukrainians into Russian territory. Technically, not really, allegedly. But where is it? Evacuation of people from Donbass area to Russia. Yeah. Yeah. That's why fuck the Red Cross. Ukraine demands that International Red Cross Committee obtain from Russia lists of deported Mariupol residents. Ukraine demands that all its citizens deported to Russia from Mariupol are provided with the opportunity to return. Like, we need to fight for the Ukrainians that are being illegally kidnapped into Russian territory. Literally trafficked. And the Red Cross are like, yeah, I shall assist that. Problem with nonprofits is the code allows 90% to go to administrative costs and 10% to go to a cause. Good work if you can get it. Yeah. Putin should get the treatment Lux gets in 𝗬𝙧𝙦𝙀𝙁 community. Amen. Amen to that. Also, don't give a cashier or institution thousands of people donating $10 and the corp gets the Buku tax benefit. You don't. You're paying for the tax break. Give money direct if you can. Yeah. Yeah. Straight to the cause. Yeah. So that's why I opened, like, I closed GoFundMe, but I opened Spot Fund. So Spot Fund is, like, I've spoken to the co-founder and they are amazing. Wait, where's my, yeah. Here's like the full details of the post that I made, and we have Spot Fund here. Oh, we also have crypto wallets for those who have crypto. But yeah, we're currently here. This is our thing. Whoa! Oh look, Mimi! She donated to us. Well, right now, GoFundMe is refunding everyone who donated us, and I just hope that they're gonna donate us here as well, you know? That's what I really truly hope. And I hope that once we're gonna reach our goal, we're not gonna have the same issues that we had with GoFundMe. Because I really don't want that to happen. I really truly hope that that's not gonna happen. We made a lot of bracelets, necklaces, food, and sold them on campus. I'm sure we would have made a lot better if our economy wasn't crap right now. And by the way, this is a foundation that sent trucks to Ukraine before, so we're absolutely sure. Okay, great, amazing. And thank you, you guys are so sweet. That is so cool. Wait, but this is, oh wait, crypto will make the difference, and if you can go, alternate that Bitcoin, use another. Oh, I have a bunch of crypto wallets there. It's not just Bitcoin. Wait, but this is actually like trafficking and kidnapping that Ukraine has to ask to let the Ukrainians in Russia have a chance to have the opportunity to come back. Damn, that's tragic. Yeah, exactly. And again, they're being taken to some fucking concentration camps where they decide what to do with them or some shit like that. Like, it's super fucked up. Hey, long time no see. This lo-fi do be chillin'. Hope everyone is doing and fine and happy. Ramadan to all my Muslim brothers and sisters. Happy Ramadan. Oh, you guys are gonna fast and you're gonna eat all the delicious food. Jealous. I really wish I could donate, but you know, living by the day economically sucks. Oh my god, I'm having a stroke. It's all good. It's all good. Or when you don't feel pressured to donate anything. It's all fine. Just spread the word if you can. And give us a thumbs, an arrow on Reddit. Yeah. As someone who lives in Europe, but pretty far from Ukraine, it's been super interesting to have real information thanks to people like you. Mainstream news channel really didn't help. Oh my god, owls! Jesus! Honestly, like, at first I was seeing it, and I was shocked at the amount of misinformation that was said by actual news channels. Like, actual legit news channels who would, like, give you only half of the news. They wouldn't even give you context to half of it. I was like, and it was insane. And, you know, when that happened, I was like, I gotta do something about it. Like, I have to translate it. Now it's a lot better. Like, about 2.5, 3 weeks later, a lot of the accounts on Twitter started posting in English as well because it was a massive demand. So, thankfully I don't need to do that, but because like I have other shit that I have to do on my mom's behalf. Yo, like you guys have no idea, like I'm literally stressing out over here. Like honestly, what the fuck? I'm like talking to my mom and she starts giving me all these like phone numbers and I'm like, reading the last names and I'm like, isn't that the one politician? And she's like, yeah, that's the secretary. I need you to talk to her about blah blah blah. And I'm like, bruh, like why, like this is too much responsibility for me, but like I guess I'll do it. And then like I need to like put my like adult business Dinka face and like go into like extremely serious conversation with people and like at the same time freak out about everything. It's insane. Yo, I had this like dude talking to me like, okay, so Miss Ukraine, I have her phone number as well, and I was talking to her because she's like running some stuff, and she's like, hey, can you help me with something? And I'm like, yes, ma'am, I can. What would you like me to do, ma'am? And she's like, I have this guy, but he only talks to us through Viber, so I'll send you his information, something, and I'll send your information to him and he'll message you. His nickname is this. And I'm like, oh shit, we have code names, dude. And I'm just like, hello sir, it is I. Not giving him my anything, you know? It's just like I put some fucking stupid ass fucking names in there and I'm like, yeah, how can I help you, Mr. Sir? And he's like, hi, we are currently working on this like something and I'd like to know if you have the proper technology to be able to like pull this off. And I'm like, oh, No, dude, I can't. No. I know how to use a VPN though, if this helps. Like, sorry, I'm no Mr. Robot. I can't do that. So, it was like super intense, and he's like, okay, thank you, I will keep you posted. Like, I will let you know when we did this and that. I'm like, who do you think I am? Like, I'm sure that you are a lot more knowledgeable in this than I am. But yeah, it's crazy. It's insane. Also, like, at the very beginning, when I started the Reddit thing, I was having so much anxiety. I spoke about it a little bit in the video, but like, I was trying to get through to the like front page so many times, asking people for help, and that was before we started to GoFundMe and everything. So like, I had to like share my mom's info and like blah blah blah, and it was just so intense until I did manage to get through to the front page. And when I did, people started like being like, yeah, no, that sounds like a scam. Yeah, no, you sound like a scammer. And I was like, I'm not! What is happening? Why are you blaming me for things? Like, here, I have all the proof. You want me, I can message you, I can take a picture and show you? Like, what the fuck? Why are you witch hunting me? I didn't do shit. And like, luckily the Reddit mods came to the rescue, and they're like, yeah, we're gonna check that. And I'm like, thanks, please help. And now we're like, we're in a good relationship. So that's nice. I made friends. But yeah, it was terrifying. It was just insanely terrifying. Suddenly being on that side of Reddit, being witch hunted by Redditors is just the most terrifying feeling in the world. For real. It's like, no! They're just basically trying to cancel your existence, you know? Like, terrifying. Yeah, so after all of that happened, that's where like I gained more confidence regarding everything, and I got really angry. Especially when I started handling GoFundMe. Like, I started calling them out so hard. And they would copy paste their own messages. They didn't even bother to write us proper emails, and that was GoFundMe VIP. Like, what the fuck? Oh, Lord. But yeah, so like for the past month, at first I was depressed. I was crying non-stop. Like, I couldn't stop sobbing. I was literally I was hysterical. I couldn't eat, I couldn't sleep, I couldn't drink. I didn't shower, I didn't clean. Like, I was gone. And like, Johnny's family kept like calling me, his mom kept calling me, his dad kept calling me, checking up on me. Johnny kept checking up on me. But yeah, I was fucked mentally. And then we did the tattoo event. So I left the house for the first time in like weeks. And basically, wait, I want to change the playlist. No. Oh no, that's a hex deck. I can't with the hex deck music. Okay. Let's do Run King. No. I want to quote. Ooh. I'm gonna go back to lo-fi beats. Fuck, I lost my train of thought. Oh, you're right. So like when I left the house and like basically what I had to do at the event is basically make the list of the foundations that people can donate to. And then I would explain it to every single person who came to do a tattoo. So they did a tattoo and the money would automatically go into whatever foundation they chose. So I was in charge of that. And I think after that, I was like, okay, I think I know what I'm doing. I know what I'm supposed to be doing. And that's when I opened up the GoFundMe and I started doing all of that. And that kind of like leveled me out. I didn't really get to talk to my mom a lot at the beginning. But now we're basically messaging and calling one another every single day. And I'm recording our phone calls without her knowing. I think she's sleeping right now. She wouldn't know. Hi, Mom. But yeah, I'm like basically recording all of our phone calls and conversations. So I will have that in case shit happens, you know? But yeah, regarding the news channels, the news here in Israel were also like half-assed. I have literally blocked so many people here in Israel. Blocked, deleted, removed, one after another. Because it was just like the two-facedness and basically claiming like no one can basically suffer more than we did because we're Jews. It's like the most So yeah, I canceled so many people. And pretty much the same thing goes for many people on Twitter and content creators. Like, I'm not gonna cancel them, but I'm not necessarily gonna speak to them. I'm gonna be civil, but I don't want them as friends. Because for me, when it comes to friendships, like, I would go above and beyond for anyone. I take friendships very seriously. So like, if anything happens, I will be there for you. Like, I'm that type of friend. And the fact that so many of these people who have spoken to me before, who have spoken about like some really serious things too in the past, and they didn't even care to message me or ask me how I was. Like, it's been a month, you know? You could have said something. You could have said something, but you chose not to. And like, same thing goes to all the content creators who like made a couple of comments about Ukraine at the very beginning. Just like dropped some comments about it. It's like, oh no, what's happening in Ukraine is so bad. Or like, oh, Ukraine is such a Chad country for doing boo boo boo. But then didn't even care to do anything. Like, you have massive followings. These are people with like 500,000 followers. You can do something. Like, this is not politics. It's not politics. And a country, like a democracy being invaded, it's not politics. Like, there's no politics here. They were invaded for no reason. Absolutely no reason. So I have like I took a mental note of each and every one of them. Yeah. And I'm like extremely disappointed. Because like in my head I expected them to be like a certain way, but like I guess it's just not like, because like, you know, I just expect people to treat me the way that I treat them, or care about me the way that I care about them. And if it doesn't happen, then there's no point in wasting my time and like even trying to talk to them or communicate. Because when it came to other wars that regarded my specific country, everyone was very, very, very outspoken about that one. But suddenly now everyone's quiet. Why? Because it's like, not really trending for you. It's not as popular. The fuck? I'm so tired I fell asleep while watching the stream, so I'll head on to hit the hay. Okay, Imp, good night, hon. Thank you. Dinkakayofficial reporter for a major metropolitan newspaper. Hey, Garaya. Yeah, that Reddit comment, your story and mods just handle it in such a way. Yeah, because I messaged them. I was like, yo, am I responding to this? Do you delete this? Like, what am I supposed to do? I mean, it's hilarious that they just made a few comments on it and then completely forgot about it. Exactly. Exactly. It's insane to me. Like, why did you make a comment about that? Because it was trending on Twitter? Like, what? That's so fucked up. Well, for what it's worth, thanks for taking time and energy to share some news and information about the situation. I did help to put some things into motion outside. Thanks, Owls. I know it probably isn't what you care much about and you don't have the energy, but in your opinion, do you feel like the hackers have an impact in this war? I'm in process of becoming one soon. 100%, yes. Yes. We have received some really spicy documents thanks to them. They have done an amazing job. And like the way that they're just pushing shit, the way that they're hacking the media and showing people what's actually happening, fucking up with their like, because it also kind of like becomes a distraction for us to be able to do things. Because like suddenly shit happens, they're like, oh shit, we need to take care of that. And it's good for us. We were like, they release a bunch of dirt on everyone who's like in there. In those lists. Which is amazing. Doesn't Ukraine have natural gas or oil that Putin wanted to take by force? At least that's what they said, something at the beginning of the invasion in the Greek channels. Yeah. Not just that. Ukraine has like a massive agriculture, so basically like Ukraine and Russia are considered to be like, Ukraine specifically, like it's considered to be like the breadbasket of Europe. So right now this is the time where they're supposed to start sowing seeds and they can't. This is a sowing season and they can't sow seeds because of what they've done to the land. So you're going to see a lot of lack of sunflower seeds and oil and seeds in general, and lack of bread and flour. There's going to be a massive shortage, or it's going to be extremely expensive in the coming months. At least until the end of the year. Yeah, it's really bad. Because like majority of Africa is dependent on Ukraine and Russia for food. And if they have food insecurities, that causes riots. Riots that can lead to massive like deaths. And like a lot of these countries already have massive issues with like being able to get food, like cheap food. So now the fact that something as simple as bread will spike up in prices, that's going to be a massive issue. Corn. Yeah. I had it somewhere, I forgot. Where is it? Whatever. Imagine if someone like 𝗏𝗂𝗍𝗏, who has millions of followers, could do with all the viewers. You see, Natalia, that's exactly what pisses me off. I've reached out to so many people. And it's the most frustrating feeling in the world that you're like just not popular enough. You don't have the power that they have to be able to make an impact and save lives, and they have that. They have all the power to help. Have millions of people who would do whatever they want, that would buy their fucking merch, and they're not doing anything. Nothing. They could reach out to their friends and do something about that as well. They don't care. And again, this is not just about Ukraine. This is something that will affect the rest of Europe. But they're in their own fucking bubble. Something that will affect Europe, something that will affect Africa, Turkey. And they're just like so self-absorbed. Like, I know my shit. Like, I wasn't as outspoken about the war last year that I was in like I am right now. With the war last year, I didn't bother because there was just like too much propaganda and bullshit going on. And I knew that that's something that I cannot even fight, because for you to really understand what's happening in like the Middle East, you need to do like history lessons. This is stuff that goes like 3,000 years back. So for me to like give that attention to every single person, or deal with trolls and trying to explain to them the history of my country and of like our neighbors' history, like, it's impossible. And I'm not going to do that. Here, there's nothing to explain. There's no good, there's no like, complexities and historical fucking issues. We're talking about a country like Ukraine that never had been to war with anyone since it was like established. And then you have Russia, who in the past 30 years murdered over 300,000 people all over the world. Be it in Chechnya, Moldova, Syria, like Georgia, if I haven't mentioned it. Like, one after another. In Chechnya, they had 2 wars. So, like, there's nothing to even, like, talk about here. It's very self-explanatory. I could give you the history of the fact that Ukraine and Kyiv existed pre-Russia and Moscow. Moscow wasn't even a thing. It was created only 600 years after Kyiv was already established. Some of the biggest ones in that space are on Russian side, like 𝗂𝗏. Okay, we're not talking about 𝗂𝗏, dude. We are not talking. He is a walking controversy, my man. Like, he is literally the guy that always sides with the evil and like finds excuses for it. Go figure. I don't know. Nobody in the West can understand a war in the Middle East. There's just too much baggage and conflicts go back too far, and there are too many cultures bouncing off each other. Yeah, exactly. Like, I do my best to explain the history of Israel, and it's like, there's no black and white here. And every couple of years, the government changes. So, like, things change. Like, people telling me about, like, me personally killing people and murdering children when I grew up during the second Intifada. I actually made a post about that today on Twitter. Like, people are like, why are you so desynthesized to like seeing all this like graphic imagery? And I'm like, well, I've seen my first couple of dead bodies when I was in 2nd grade after a suicide bomber blew up our local mall, which, by the way, has been blown up like 4 times, and like another 3 times after that. They really liked blowing up that mall. Like, that was their favorite target. And just like shootings, lynches, stabbings, running people over with cars. I've seen it all. I grew up with it. And people don't understand it. They're living in their own bubble and thinking that they're like, oh yeah, there's good and evil and like boo boo boo, but nobody's gonna talk about the fact that like majority of the Islamic states are like the civilians are fucked by their own governments. And they can't change their fucking governments because they're dictators. Nobody cares to talk about that. No. Even Afghanistan is too much to understand. Yeah, and who haven't been in Afghanistan, dude? I'm Italian and I can say that the war has having massive repercussions here too. We have depended on Russia's natural resources for so long and now the government is scrambling. Yeah. I wish people, especially influential people, had the balls and the will to do something, anything, even if it's just talk for 5 minutes and start a campaign for at least humanitarian aid. Dude, it takes literally a second to even click on like a Streamlabs. There's like a Streamlabs option where you can just like start a donation stream. Click a button, that's it. You don't even need to do anything. I would have done that, but I have my own campaign. And I can't put my campaign in there. But like all the big campaigns? What are you waiting for? Like, it's so ridiculous to me that they wouldn't do anything. I admit over 95% of what I've learned about Ukraine has been in the last 3 months. I'd not be able to point it on a map, but I wanted to know more about the end issue that's important, so I learned. Thank you, Savage. Respectable. Моя хата с краю, и пока петух жареный не клюнет. Девизом нынешних филантропов в соцсетях. And then you have like the Russian influencers just like spreading lies. Just spreading so many lies, spreading so much propaganda. Claiming that Ukrainians are lying about Ukrainian women being RAPE'd. Because why would they need Ukrainian women when the Russian women are the most beautiful women in the world? And anyway, like, the age of consent is 16 anyway, so like, who cares? And people just go along with it? Because one of the biggest, like, besides like the battle that is like currently obviously happening on ground, there's also like a massive battle online. And all of us are fighting it. It's not just Russian bots, it's like actual Russian people. Influential people. God, that is what the Russian influencers are saying. Oh, Mars! Oh, you're gonna in for a fucking... Let me show you. I'm not gonna have the audio because I do not want to have that audio on my stream right now, but I do have the writing. So I translated it. This lovely lady, who's an influencer, okay, she made this like whole thing, and I translated it, And basically what she said, I'm in shock. The 𝗂𝗄𝗪𝗧, which is a derogatory term for Ukrainians, are running to the media and telling people that Russian soldiers are RIPing their 17-year-old girls. First of all, the age of consent is 16. Process that. Try processing that for a second. Okay. Second of all, Russian women are the most beautiful women in the world, and they're so desperate to fuck Russian soldiers that they need to peel them off of themselves. You think they need your whole pig bitches who have been fucked by everyone? These walking pieces of illness-packed pork pigs, strawberries in fucking Poland, or fuck in the United Arab Emirates. Who's going to fuck them with their sexual transmitted diseases? Who needs them? That's an influencer. So, that's why our job as content creator and influencers is to at least do the bare minimum. I will go to, like, you know, far and wide for all of this. Because I'm Ukrainian and I have, like, you know, really legitimate reason to do that. A lot of Ukrainian influencers, singers, artists, their entire Instagrams are packed with information. All of them are, like, hard on everything. But when it comes to, like, others, they're like, And to think the women are saying that about girls is just so messed up. Yeah. Can we treat her with the witch's trial from Salem? With the Russians justifying their silly little military operation in the grossest ways possible. Mate, I feel like I didn't even want to know this. My head hurts now. Yeah. Age of consent and nothing to do with RAP. RAP is RAP. Consent means both. Wanting to do it legally. Is she stupid or what? That's the mindset. That's the mindset. Like, I don't know how else to explain this fuckery, but like... God. See, like, there is things in politics that you shouldn't be getting involved with. And then there are things like this where you have to. You can't just stand by. This is like... There's a genocide happening in Europe. In the middle of Europe. There's a genocide in the middle of Europe. There's a genocide in the middle of Europe. And you're not doing anything. It makes no sense. Like, if it was World War II and we didn't have social media and we couldn't have the access to information like we have nowadays, I would have probably understood. But what the fuck is this? I was shocked when I first read it. Her saying it's 16, not 17. Like, it's a good thing. Like, it's legal because she's 17? Like, what? Most Russians don't believe in RAPE. Yeah. They also believe that beating your woman means that you love her. There's a phrase in that in Russian. Если бьет, значит любит. If it doesn't say enough about the Russian society, I don't know what does. Also, I'm pretty sure that they had this like thing with domestic violence. A new law. Domestic violence. Russia. They had a law that they released. Oh, now it's all about Ukraine war. Yeah, 1 week ago. Where's the legislation? It was something about domestic violence. There was something regarding the fact that like there's no such thing as domestic violence anymore. Pretty much. But now everything is like Ukraine, so it's really hard to find anything. Yeah, Russia's there we go. Russia decriminalizing of domestic violence. Yeah, they decriminalized it. It's not a crime. Domestic violence is not a crime in Russia. So basically, what's going on in their minds is that they were, but it is not going to end. The sooner governments realize that, the better. Yeah. Domestic violence is legal, basically. Yeah. Yeah. And the reason why Russia has such an issue with domestic violence is also because they have a massive issue with drinking. So it's like chaos. I don't understand how these people are like in the UN. How are they fucking part of anything? Like, what the fuck? Zero logic, really. But it is what it is. Again, it's like, it's the people who have to fight for themselves. If they can't fight for themselves, no one will. No one's going to fight for the Russian people. Polish people are also drinking a lot, and we don't have such problem with domestic violence. In Ukraine also. But like, in Russia, it's so bad. It's so bad. My dad had an issue with drinking. Them exactly what was thinking why in Russia in any power position in UN. And I like the fact that they can veto. You were in the middle of a war. You're the aggressor. What the fuck? How can you veto? How does it even work? How does it make sense? Oh. Crazy. But yeah, so the current situation is that we keep fighting, we keep, you know, collecting what we can. And help our loved ones. And I'm gonna keep having really bad sleep, but it's fine. I think I'll survive for another month. Johnny supposedly is supposed to come here in May. Beginning of May. Hopefully, if Another flight won't be cancelled for us, because oh my god, I'm so tired of it. Russia basically got free pass in the UN as their heir to the USSR, which got in at the beginning of the UN. And yes, the UN's laws only apply if the government said they do. So useless. Exactly. Russia got the free pass in the UN as the heir to the USSR. There is no USSR. The USSR broke in the 90s. They're not supposed to be in the UN anymore. At least eat food properly. I'll try. What are your thoughts of Russia threatening Sweden and Finland wanting to join NATO? Yo, when Russia threatened Finland and Sweden, I died laughing. I started laughing in Cold War. Yo, like, who are you even threatening? Who are you threatening? Who are you to tell them what to do? Like, I'm amazed at the audacity. Like, seriously. Oh, I was laughing so hard. I'm telling you, senile old grandpa. He has absolutely no idea what he's doing. I remember at the beginning when people outside of Europe were making jokes about messaging Putin or getting drafted. Did they need the attention that badly? Yes, probably. Nothing else to do. It is odd that the power collection in UN and NATO are countries that could be aggressors but acting as if some new unknown countries would pop up and all countries on Earth would have to fight it. Sorry, premature post is fine. It's just like, the only reason NATO was created was to fight Russia. No other country around you is going to invade you. You know that. You know that the only unhinged one, unstable one is Russia. You have one job. Literally one job. And the fact that you're just like waiting and like allowing it to happen, not doing anything about it. Fucking A. I know we talked about this, but I literally can't understand how people can ignore this war so easily. I see a lot of Ukrainians on public transports these days and the fucked up feeling in their eyes. Yeah. I really don't understand how people just choose to ignore it. And I think the worst part is like when it's people who are close to you who ignore it. When it's people that you knew your entire life that just choose to fucking ignore it. Or tell you that it's not true or it's not real. Like, there was this guy who kept arguing with me, this Israeli guy who just kept arguing with me that that's not a genocide. That's not a genocide. It's not a genocide. What's happening in Ukraine is not a genocide. And I'm like, they're ethnically cleansing people. They have said it in their papers. There are entire documents stating the fact that Russia wants to solve the Ukrainian problem and bring back the Russian Empire. They are deliberately attacking hospitals, maternity hospitals, and children. And he's like, no, I've studied this for so many years, I know better. And I'm like, bitch, you don't need to be a rocket scientist to Google a definition of something. Unless NATO really wants the movie Independence Day to happen. Why can a person knowingly and willingly ignore that? I mean, have you ever seen news? They're only saying, oh, it's really bad, I know, and that's it. This can happen to you as well. What is protecting you? Exactly, that's what drives me insane, especially people in Europe. Like, you're literally here. You're literally here. You're right next to us. If we go, you go. Like, no, we're just gonna ignore it. We're just gonna pretend like that's never gonna happen. And that's it. Your mom was supposed to have an interview with some channel. Has it happened? And how come we have access to it? Because honestly, I'd like as much info as possible. No, we haven't done it yet. It has been moved. It's supposed to happen this Monday, hopefully. Hopefully. We're supposed to be on Monday to be on my time in Canada. We hope that that interview is gonna happen, because the reason why we were supposed to have that last week on Thursday, I think. Yeah, Thursday. We were supposed to have an interview on Thursday, and that didn't happen because there was an issue. There was breaking news with the Pope and the apology that he was supposed to give to the Indigenous people of Canada. So we had to be moved to a different date. So hopefully it's gonna happen on Monday. That's the plan. I mean, like the interview has been like produced. Like the producer had went through everything. I wrote everything down. I edited all the footage for them so they could use it in the article and on TV. I have it all. So we're just waiting. And hopefully it's gonna happen. In Czech Republic, people connect Ukraine situation to same as in World War II, when West sold Czech to German to set a peace because Germans lived in some regions. At least countries learned it was a mistake. Yeah. Pretty much. Yeah. Why am I not in the comments? Give me a good reason on why I should sub to you. I don't need to sell myself for you to sub to. I mean, if you want to sub to me, sub to me. If you don't, then don't. I need to do a commercial for you, bud. The fuck? I'm so glad to see you. Miss you very much. Thank you, Elizabeth. Елизавета. It's very easy for people to pretend, especially when it's far away. They feel bad, but just shrug their shoulders and like, nothing we can do, gotta move on with their lives. Yeah. I mean, I wish I could just like ignore it and pretend like it's not happening. But I can't. And dude, even if I wasn't in Ukraine, like even if I wasn't Ukrainian, like I was really young when the stuff in Chechnya was happening. And like during the war in Syria, I'm not sure if I was... What was the war in Syria? What year was it exactly? Happened in 2011. 2011. It was right before I was supposed to join the military. I remember us having hospitals at the border. I remember us getting a bunch of like medical equipment and have these like vans that are like miniature hospitals basically, and they were like all set on the border with Syria to help Syrian refugees. So yeah, but like everything else happened when I was like really young. But now when you're like already in your mid-20s and you're kind of aware of what's happening, Because if you're not aware of what's happening, that's a bigger issue, right? But like, because like you're supposed to be aware of what's happening. Yeah. If you're not aware of it, it's tragic beyond words. Have I ever got rickrolled? Yes. It's kind of random. Not gonna lie. Also, we can do a lot about it. Like, what are all these people working for it? The people feel sympathy. Sympathy is not gonna do shit. Help and awareness is important, so yes, we all can help. Exactly. At least the least you can do is like spread the right news. Like if you see someone or like saying some shit, like fix it. Do something about it because it's a lie. I still do my work, live my life, and still think about Ukraine every day. Try to find out what's happening, contact my elected officials to push for more aid, even a retweet or comment on a tweet. Yeah, like something, really, anything. It's pretty... It's just like, I honestly, like, I'm so disappointed in like, so many people. But then at the same time, you know, there's like so many other great people who are like doing the right thing. So there's that. I'm like extremely thankful for everyone who came for our aid, who upvoted my post in Reddit, both of them, and helped us with donations. I mean, the fact that we reached our goal in 4 hours on GoFundMe, we reached $20,000 in 4 hours. That's insane. That's insane. Ugh. And then even after we reached our goal and GoFundMe on their own, like, decided to raise our goal to 30,000 when originally we had 20,000, and we suppressed that as well, and then we had to refund everything. There's a lot of fake news that Russia has been trying to push in every direction. It's really critical to find information from reliable sources. Yeah, I've been talking about, like, if you want to see information, take it from the actual source. You have Google Lens, you have Google Translate, you have friends who can help you out with that as well. People on forums who are willing to help. A lot of Ukrainians were, like, you know, trying to figure it out. Or you can just wait 5 minutes and you'll see someone translate it in the comments, like, a bit, like, literally minutes later, like... Damn, somehow music always fits everything you say. Magic. Thank you, League of Legends. What do you think this war will be called as World War III? I hope the war will end soon, in good as everyone wish. I think because people are so used to, like, World War II being a lot more than what it is right now. Like, because now we have technology, now we have other means for war. Like, we declared an economical war in Russia. Something that wouldn't have been understood back then. So, and a lot of people are not willing to say that, right? Because they're not declaring war, they're proxy fighting through Ukraine. It's all like fucking bullshit. Oh, and I'm gonna try and share your links on campus. Hope your dean can let me, you can let me do that. Oh yeah, sure. Of course. Yes. You have everything on my Reddit post. Here, I'll share the Reddit post with you guys. Upvote it, share it. Also, like, the original, like, story with GoFundMe is in there as well. So you can click on that and see the mess that was. Ginger. Every time I hear Russian tank was captured or abandoned, I just see and imagine of 𝗬𝗏 and 𝗬𝗏 towing one. Oh my god, wait, that's genius! Okay, I'm gonna make that meme. I have to make that meme now. You would. Oh my god, I have to do that. I have to do that. Oh, genius. Genius. Oh, funny thing about the tanks from insider news. So, because there's a lot of farmers who have tanks and they've collected them as trophies, the police is now going through these houses and taking the tanks because they're not registered. The tanks are not registered. They can't keep them. Like, the farmers kept it as, like, utensils. It's, like, part of our utilities, you know? And the police is like, 𝗵𝗂𝗽𝗏, no, you can't have a tank in your backyard. I'm sorry. We have to take the tank, 𝗵𝗂𝗽. You're a civilian, you're not supposed to be with a tank. Yeah, it's so funny. So, like, the police is now busy looking for all of these stolen tanks. It's just so good. Are Russians getting radiation sickness in Chernobyl? Yes, Philip, they do. Because karma's a bitch. They've been digging in the red forest, which is the most radioactive forest in the world. And they've been breathing in the dust from the trenches that they've been digging. And now they have radioactive poisoning. Just love it when the land fights with you. Mother Nature is on our side, bitch. Honestly, Mother Nature has been on our side. It's been giving them, like, the worst weather, like, mudding everything so the tanks can get through, stalling the entire, like, fleets, like, beautiful. The land is fighting with us. What do you mean farmers have tanks? Yes, the farmers in Ukraine are stealing tanks. They're stealing their tanks, they're stealing the ammo, they're stealing their massive, like, rocket launchers. They're stealing everything. Ukrainian farmers don't give a fuck. The funniest thing, I think the funniest story was, like, on a BBC News. Oh my god, it was so funny. Wait, I have to share it. It's so good. Oh, they're such G's. Let's see if I can find it. There's a little town. Yeah. First of all, I have to share this with y'all. Just kicking mines to the side. Sliding mines. With the pockets in his hands. With his hands in his pockets. Wait, but I have to find that one thing. Oh, these are like, okay, I'll show you more things that I've found. Like, it's a lot of things that I've been posting on Twitter, but I've like reposting it here as well. Oh, that's the sulfur bombs, by the way. That's images from the sulfur bombs. But where is... No, it's not here. Damn it. Wait, it's on my Twitter. It was so funny. Let me find it. If it was in 𝗤𝗵𝘵𝗻𝗂𝗃, it wasn't in 𝗤𝗵𝘵𝗃, but like... Was it this? Oh no. Yeah, I have so much info. My entire brain is just packed with info. Cause like, I have all this like stuff in my head, but I don't remember exactly where it was happening, when it was happening. No. Has to be newer news. No, it wasn't this. This wasn't. Ow, Bon Jovi. No. Basically, there's. I think my mom sent it to me somewhere, but like it basically was like they tried to take over a town in Ukraine, and the villagers. They like the dude and from like the store owner who was like holding a gun, like filming himself with an iPhone while like shooting at people and like, oh shit, and they're like ducking and like sending a javelin, and it's just like, what am I watching? But yeah, basically they were trying to use this village as a route to get through to where they were headed to. And the town folks were just like, no, fuck you. And just like, call an ambulance, but not for me. Beautiful. It's beautifully done, really. So funny. Ukraine reminds me of 𝗏𝗪𝗃 region in League. I don't want to match League to any political anything that's happening really in the world. Because the world of Runeterra is a fantasy world. Yeah. 𝗏𝗪𝗃 is invading, but they're also invading because they have no way to grow anything on their own land because it's basically cursed due to 𝗤𝗏𝘃𝗃. So they're like invading into other places to be able to grow fields and do what they have to do. Yeah. Also, they don't have like massive amount of oppression. It's like, again, like, it's an issue. It's an issue. Like you don't mix those together. Damn, I wanted to show y'all something, but I now forgot. I can't find it. Oh, this is funny. I can't play it because like there's music. So that would be an issue. Oh, someone who's asked me about whether or not the hackers are helping. So on March 28th, Anonymous posted an order from Russian general, and in the document, General Bulgakov is concerned about Russian military surrendering en masse and refusing to fight. He ordered to develop and distribute a series of videos demonstrating the inhumane behavior. of Ukraine. So basically like trying to make fake videos of Ukrainians treating prisoners of war badly. Also, the guy who said Russia go fuck yourself, he's back. He's been brought back to Ukraine. So the legend is back, which is amazing news. Oh, this is what I wanted to show you. So, it's not all Russians, but it's too many. These messages were written by both men and women. And it just shows that it's a nation of sociopaths. Nukes aimed at Kyiv would be nice, as well as other European cities. How many strikes does it make? Second? Third? What's the meaning of this? Thank you for the negotiations. Not the first time they bombed Belgorod, but to this extent. Who will be responsible for the hospitals in our oblasts filled with young soldiers? Looks like Kharkiv will get razed just like Mariupol. Other way, these strikes will continue. I don't understand why Lviv, Lutsk, Ivano-Frankivsk, and similar shitholes aren't yet reduced to dust. The end has finally come. Shower them with rockets. Kursk today, borderline got struck. Now Belgorod. Feels kinda shitty. Today, another fuck up in the info war. The biggest since the start of the campaign. IMO, but despite that, our brothers are still working on the front lines. Hopefully few heads of the top brass will finally roll. Yeah. Oh, and that's my mom. I don't know if you guys have seen this video. So, the craziest thing about all of this is the fact that my mom, she was like, okay, so she's a journalist. And she's been working as a journalist ever since Maidan. And on Maidan, her and her team were the only ones on the spot who were recording everything live. So all the footage, all the live footage that you've seen, that was them and like their volunteers. So my mom was basically leading the shit, and she made a message in English, which I'm very proud of. She made a message in English where she spoke about what was happening in 2014. And the craziest thing is that in 2014, like what happened in 2014 matches perfectly to what's happening today. I think like that's the craziest thing. So let me hop into my profile because I posted it on Reddit as well. There. Like, this is actually crazy. Cause like, I remember watching it and I was like, holy shit. Like, this is too real. And this is like a message of her, like her message from like 8 years ago.
My name is 𝗤𝗵𝗵𝗱.
Wait, let me crank it up for y'all.
And I'm from 𝗤𝗵𝗵𝗱. My name is 𝗤𝗵𝗵𝗱, and I'm from 𝗤𝗵𝗵𝗱. That's internet TV channel, which was organized by a group of friends when we understood that we don't have any independent TV channels in our country. And from the first day of Maidan, we stayed here and we organized live translation without stopping 24 hours a day. We stayed here with students which want to have their Western choice. We stand here after that when a lot of parties come to Maidan, and we had 2 months of political Maidans. Okay, we're waiting for, together with them, we're waiting for political decision. And when we didn't have it, we had fire on Grushevska Street. And after that, we understood that civil society of Ukraine was born in the fire. But you know, anyway, we kicked out criminal government. We have now a little bit better, not much, but anyway, we can make something with that inside of Ukraine. But now we have much more problem. That's interest of Mr. Putin. That's not interest of Russia. We understand it very well. That exactly interest of Russian new Russian government, which want to make empire. You know, we have power and we enough brave to make something on Maidan, but we don't have enough power to make something for the whole Ukraine. And that's why we ask European society, we ask European government to help us, because we want democracy country. We want to have open country. We want to have stay here in Ukraine, and we don't want to go out from this country. And you know, I'm absolutely sure you hear a lot of very strange things about Ukraine, because Russian propaganda works very nice. You hear about nationalism, you heard about fascism. Look at me. I'm 100% Jewish girl. From the first day of Maidan, I stayed here together with guys from 𝗬𝘂𝗧𝗏, guys from right sector. You know, of course, they're not angels. But, you know, that's not a question of nationality now. That's a question of independence now. That's a question of civil understanding of all nations. And that's why we stayed here together. And that's why we ask you about help. Please, don't leave Ukraine in this situation. Don't leave country in the center of Europe. Help us.
Bruh. Like, literally, the future. Crazy. As an American, it's both horrifying and comforting. We don't hold the monopoly on stupid violent monsters. Yeah. Это просто ужасные люди. Я никогда не понимала смысл ненависти и кровопролития. Их слова просто отвратительные. Прости, что пишу на русском. Все хорошо? И читаю, но очень медленно. Я стараюсь. Yeah, but Elizabeth said that it's basically terrible what they said, the words that they said, and like she really doesn't understand the bloodshed and the hate. Like that she has like no words, and basically they're absolutely vile. Oh, right, the music is too loud. Forgot. I had to crank it up for the video. So sad to hear your mother say that they don't want to go anywhere, and now families are separated. Yeah. And that's why she's still there. She's still there, she's still fighting. That's just how it is. We have no choice. We have no other home. That's our home. And we will fight for it. Now I would have been physically fighting there with them if I wasn't doing all the bureaucratic procedures on my end. Надеюсь, что с ней все будет хорошо. I also hope everything's gonna be fine with her. I haven't seen her for like 3 years. Due to COVID. Oh my god. The name? Dude, like, I was about to ban you just for that name, my dude. I thought it was a spam. Yeah, I'm personally safe. My mom is in Ukraine though. She's in Kyiv. Her and my friends and my family. She's a very strong and sweet woman. You must be very proud of her. I am extremely proud of her. Yeah. Much love. I saw how much people are on train stations in Krakow. I hope they could return to their homes and family soon. I hope so too. I don't know how to feel about the energy of this. Well, they said they're gonna end it on May 9th. Let's hope so. Glad you're safe. I won't spam, I promise. I'm actually on my way out. We'll say a prayer for you people. Thank you. That is like so nice, but weird because your name makes it so weird. Matai, thank you. Thank you for joining in. I don't know. Like, how do I call you Testy? Buster? Buster! Let's call you Buster! Yes! There we go. Thanks, Buster! My god. Too funny. Let's call him Bussin'! Hey! Alright, I'm down. Sounds great. Let's call him Bussin'. At least they made you laugh. That's a plus in a hard time, I guess. Yeah. Yeah. It's or that or my mom telling me funny things that happen in, like, their territory. Like, they have cans. They made cans, and it has, like, a little loofah in it, and a condom, and it says sex on it. So, you have sex in a can. So it's, like, preserved. It's, like, so genius, and I really want my mom to bring me a can like that. Oh, she showed it to me. She showed it to me on camera. She's like, look what my boyfriend got me. And I'm like, wait, that's genius. That is like the smartest thing I've ever seen in my life. That is beautiful. And I need a can like that. Oh, okay, it's 3 a.m. and I really gotta go. Thank you for sharing so much eye-opening information, and I hope you'll be able to hug your mom very soon. Thank you, Corbin. I also hope so. Yeah, I asked her to take a picture of it. I'll show it. I'm actually working on a video. I have a bunch of... I think I can show you some footage. I mean, we're already here. But I'm planning on making a video. Because, like, I had, like, all the footage that my mom sent me, I had to, blur it out for obvious reasons. But yeah, I have, like, videos of, like, how they're, like, making the vests and stuff. Because I asked mom to make it. It's a bunch of dressmakers. They're the one making the vests for the volunteers. We still have like other tactical vests, but we also started making our own vests. It's super cool. Super, super cool. The vests. That's our cat. It's 𝗬𝘂𝗽𝗽𝟐. Oh, right, the boys wanted to call her 𝗬𝘀𝗽𝗏. I'm basically working on all this footage for you guys, so you're getting a little sneak peek. What else did I have here? No, I'm not gonna show you more because I don't know what I had there. I want to show something that I shouldn't be showing. But yeah, I basically told I told mom to record everything for me so I could make like a video for you and show you. And yeah. Моя мама тоже очень далеко. Я переехала в Россию только в этом году из Молдовы. И я скучаю по ней, понимаю твои чувства, но ты сильно. Прямо как твоя мама. Верю в тебя и мне. Elizabeth, stop! Elizabeth said that her mom is also very far away from her and that she just moved to Russia from Moldova and that she's really missing her, so she understands how I'm feeling, but that I'm strong, almost just like my mom, and that she believes in her and in me. Sobbing. I'm still trying to figure out this deck I'm making on Legends of Runeterra. Yo, I haven't touched that in like months. Where do I know the name 𝗬𝘀𝗽𝗏? Bella, yes, I wonder. Where 𝗬𝘀𝗽𝗏 is coming from? I do wonder. Maybe you can tell me something about that. You're the expert. You're the Turkish one. The cat is cute, so cute. Yes, her name is Matilda, and she's the best. Matilda has been. Matilda is a dog. Okay, she's not really a cat. Let's be honest. Matilda's a dog, and I'll show you exactly why. She's a dog. She is the cutest dog. And we actually have quite a history with Matilda. My mom bought her off of a homeless man who was trying to drown her in a bucket. He was like drunk and he was like, if you're not gonna pay me, I'm gonna drown this kitten. And like everyone was in shock. And my mom just like pulled like some cash and gave it to him and took Matilda. And it's crazy because my mom is allergic to fur, but she still bought her off of him. And she's not allergic to Matilda, which is crazy. So yeah, she's playing fetch with her. Matilda plays fetch. That's a dog. That is not a cat. You can't tell me that this is a cat. I'm obsessed with her. She's the love of my life. I will literally die for her. I don't know how to feel about it. Mom, can you make me a bulletproof vest? Actually, I told her that now she has to make one for 𝗬𝘂𝗽𝗽𝗏. 𝗬𝘂𝗽𝗏 needs to have a bulletproof vest as well. Our cat needs to have a bulletproof vest. I will fight. Hey, Riven! What's up? Let me introduce you to my dog, Matilda. Matilda, meow. People, what a cute dog. Don't make fun of me. The name looked familiar and I forgot. Bella, Turkey is literally the reason why we're like destroying all Russian tanks. It is beautiful. Transracial cat. пройти, но я морально с тобой. Каждый день пересматриваю твои реакции, они греют мою душу. Спокойной ночи, Елизавет. Спасибо. Reincarnated dog or cat with destroyed personality. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Yeah. And I want to get her a little cat patch. There's actually an artist, Ukrainian artist, that's been making like some really awesome fucking art. I'll show you his Facebook. He is so sick. His name is 𝗬𝗪𝘓, and look at that. Okay, this is what I said for my mom. I told her that's her. That's my mom. That's literally my mom. No one can tell me otherwise. That's my mother. And then wait, that's Matilda. She has her own. Huh? She'll have her own little cat warrior thingy badge. Especially the space one? Like, are you kidding me? Perfect. Honestly, both of them are perfect. That's Matilda. But yeah, he's like a really super incredible artist, and I actually messaged him and I was like, yo, my dude, can you like make prints? I want to buy it, all of it, like now. It was so freaking cool. He made one for Kyiv, this one. Oh, my heart. So good. So good. Matilda, why be a dog or a cat when I can aspire to a greater power and be both? Matilda to Dinka, mom, this physical host is confining. Pollock here, good day, good day. Hello. Mate, those are dope. Yeah, he's an incredible artist. I actually messaged him and I was like, hey, do you wanna like, do something together? That'll be really nice. Help us out. Yeah, welcome to 𝗬𝗪𝘂𝗶𝗫. 𝗬𝗪𝘂𝗶𝗫 is where like they failed to break N 12 times. Stupid fucking orcs. Yeah, super cool. I've been like looking at many artists now. Can you try doing Australian accent? Oh god, no, I don't think I can. I embarrassed myself. Mars, go ahead if you have a question. Some time ago, I heard on the news about the ghost of Kyiv or something, like an Ukrainian pilot who took down I don't know even how many Russian fighters. Is that true? So, yes, we have a pilot, a Ukrainian pilot, who took down several Russian aircrafts. And we call him well, we didn't call him like that. It started on Twitter. Started calling him the ghost of Kyiv. I don't know who he is. We do know that there is a pilot who took down like several aircrafts in one day, which is like insane. But no, probably a special operation. Has to be a special op. The news went very quiet about him. Yeah, because like people were like saying that it's the ghost of Kyiv is a myth and blah blah blah, and also people started like coming up with like bunch of like other lies about him, and then it became a meme, and then they posted a video from like a video game, and people thought it was real, and they claimed that was Ghost of Kyiv, and like, yeah, it just became a mess. But there is a Ukrainian pilot who took down a bunch of Russian aircrafts. We just don't know his name or who he is. It remains a secret, as it should, because it's dangerous. We also have 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂 though. Let's applaud to 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂. 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂 from Canada, the most dangerous sniper in the world. He's a total G, and he came to Ukraine to fight for Ukraine. 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂's the shit. Yeah, boy. Here, I'll show you what 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂 looks like. Oh, we have another G though. I have a Polish American dude too. Well, I'll show you everything. I'll show you everything, honestly. No, I'll show you. Where's 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂? 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂 baby, where are you, handsome? He left his kid and his wife in Canada and went to Ukraine to fight. Look at this. Look at this Chad. Look at this unit. Look at him. This is the legendary Canadian sniper who currently fighting for Ukraine. He said, a friend called me and said, we really need you. In his field, he is considered the worst man in the world, at least as far as the West concerned. The reason for that, his number is staggering. A sniper can kill 5-6 enemies a day. A villain remove 7 to 10. Legends has it that the volley could be reduced to 40 in 24 hours. Yeah. 𝗬𝘂𝗬𝘂. So cool. So good. So this guy indeed exists and it's not fake? Yeah, it's not fake. There is a Ukrainian pilot who did that. Yeah. Did he also bring Eva with him? And Ava? Yeah. Get into fucking Ava! Ghost of Kyiv! Honestly, he doesn't even need to tell him, he would do that. The whole Avengers team is coming in. Yo, for real. For real, though. Yeah. That's so good. Oh, there's this. Oh my god. This is so attractive for no fucking reason. He is just so... such a Chad. Like, all of the Ukrainian soldiers is just such fucking Chads. Like, I have no other way to describe it. Like, hear him out.
Все, что осталось от пацанов, хотя які пацани, це не люди даже. З'їздили на учення, научились, ми їм сертифікати повиписували.
Like, dude, that is so savage! Obsessed. Absolutely obsessed with him. Yeah, well, nothing was left of them. They came here for a training. Yeah, we gave him some certificates. Oh! Oh! Pain! And that was edited by the General Staff of the Armed Forces of Ukraine. They edited this. I just added like the writing. So good. But yeah, I think it's enough for today, guys. My throat is very sore. So I'm probably gonna get some sleep. But I will go live again this week. Talk to you some more. Maybe try going on Twitch. We'll see. I think on Twitch it will be better, so yeah, I just wanted to come in here and talk to you and show my face and tell you that I'm alive and that I will keep creating content eventually. Just right now I have to focus on this because obvious reasons. I don't need to explain it. Yeah, definitely we'll have to try Twitch. I do want to say huge thank you to the insane generous donation that we have received today, though. You're an incredible person, and wow, and I'm very happy. Wait, there's another one. I love the idea of this guy I saw in the news, a Scottish soldier who came to fight in Ukraine, so I imagine during a fight you hear Russian and Ukrainian shouts going left and right. Yo, for real though. So many dudes coming into Ukraine, like veterans who coming into Ukraine, and for some reason all of them are really attractive. Like, each and every one of them is hot. Like, okay. Well, that's great. So yeah. Okay, so I'm gonna go sleep, and I'll keep posting everything on Twitter, and hopefully on Monday I'm gonna do the interview for Canada. Woo! I'm probably going to be just my mom. I might join her if they'll need me there as a translator. They also pointed out that I have really good context, like I give really good context to what she's talking about, so they would like to have me there as well. Very exciting. Probably will have to take the bloody axe from the background though. I don't think it's very appropriate for a new section. Yeah. But until next time, thank you all for joining in, and yeah, I'll see you all next time on Twitch. It's gonna be really weird because I haven't been on Twitch for quite a while. So yeah, it is 1:30 AM for me too, Marshall. So yeah, I'm gonna go try getting some sleep, and I'll talk to you all next time. Oh, if you have any questions, let me know. I am available on Twitter and on Instagram and on Reddit, so you can message me all. I'm going to share this with you again. Wait, not this. Not this. I'll share this with you again. So share it, like it, give it to people, and if you'd like to donate or know someone who can donate, then you have this. Also, we have a Discord, so you can join in. We ask, like, we answer on questions in there, even though the Discord has been pretty dead because I haven't really been on there. So I'm sure that it's gonna come back to life once things are gonna go back to normal, hopefully soon. So yeah, love your faces, and I'll see y'all next time. Bye bye.